Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 13th, 2022 Planning Board meeting. As we always do, can we first please stand for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So it was very nice for everybody to come out tonight to welcome our new member, Robert Phelan. He's a repeat offender. I guess you were on the board some years ago.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, wrong.
He's
wrong
not
Bob.
Conservation Board.
Right, Conservation Board.
Yes.
And we also have Robert Waterhouse.
Yes.
And we have now 3 Roberts on the board. And thank you to the town board for filling the positions.
My pleasure.
So first on the agenda, we have correspondence, which we have quite a bit. I was handed one thing just now to be read into one of the agenda items. Anybody have any issues with the correspondence?
No.
Next, we have meeting minutes from May 23rd, 2022. Any comments, corrections?
Yes. The item on the Pied Piper has to be corrected because Rich recused himself. Okay. That's the only thing I saw.
Anything else?
No.
Counselor?
Nothing from me.
John?
Nothing here.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of May 23rd, 2022?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to move into the regular portion of the meeting. First on the agenda, we have the Arrowhead subdivision. This is lot 6.4. This is a decision statement. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Petty and Fader, and I'm with the applicant. I am joined by Ralph Perugine. As the chairman mentioned, we are before you, and we appreciate the crowd coming out tonight for our site plan for a single-family residence. Otherwise, it sounds like Mark might be handling that later. As you mentioned, we are here before you in connection with our site plan approval for a single-family residence. Since we were last before you, we did speak with Mr. Tegeter with regard to an updated architectural rendering that shows the additional retaining walls. We've also provided a full-size copy to you and to Abaca. So collectively, we've provided the additional condition, and we have had a chance to review, other than all my fog and my glasses here, we have had a chance to review all of the additional, the resolution that was drafted by Ms. Steinberg. So with that limited presentation, I know you have a nice agenda ahead of you, but if there are any questions, we're certainly pleased to address them.
Anything from
No
the board?
questions here.
No problem.
No question.
John?
I have nothing.
Jim?
I have no changes.
Okay, so in front of us, we have a resolution approving site plan for lot 6.4 within the Arrowhead subdivision. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I hope you stay for the rest of the meeting. No? Okay, now we have the reason everybody really is here. We have the,
Burger King.
yes, the Burger King. Public hearing. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing for Burger King?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Just your,
Good evening.
not that everybody doesn't know you, but your name for the record, please.
Michael Grace, representing Burger King. All right, so this is a application for an amended site plan. Basically, it's a interior and exterior renovation with the exterior facade being redone, and there's going to be 2 lanes to access for ordering and 1 lane for pickup. So basically the canopy by where the pickup is. Yeah, we have some high-tech pictures here. So essentially, it's getting a facelift. Hey, guys, you all showed up for this? What? Anyhow, so this is going to be the new facade out front, facing Commerce Street. And then you can get around the corner, and then the pickup window.
Okay.
And I have smaller versions of that for the board. And there'll be some change in the parking spaces, with some of the parking spaces taking what is an angle rather than straight on in order to accommodate the second ordering lane. I think we've submitted, those were submitted by electronic, I believe, so you do have them. But otherwise I got a big roll full of architectural plans that I can roll out in front of you, and to anybody else who may be interested. Essentially, it's absolutely a very benign application in terms of any considerations for impacts. And it's a major improvement that's timely and much needed. And then we'll also be doing some new landscaping in the corner. Actually, we went through that. There's quite a few dead or dying trees in there, and it's just a leftover of things that had not been attended to over the years. So we're working on that, but we'll do a whole landscaping plan as well. And the island, the ordering island will have some landscaping, and that corner as well will be cleared up. And then we last was yeah, and then there'll be you would do them on the sign.
This is gonna be new, this whole.
And we'll just
Yeah,
have the new
this is
sign
the
on the
new
building as
New,
well.
and this bump-
Mike, the footprints don't change, right?
What?
The footprints don't change?
It essentially does
That's
not.
just the
You're
rehab.
gonna have the pickup window will have a canopy extension,
yeah.
and that's essentially it. Oh, okay, all right. So they'll do some instead of the head-on 90-degree parking spaces that nobody really uses along Commerce Street, they're gonna go to 45 degrees in order to give the proper width for the pickup lanes, the ordering lanes. But essentially, that's all you're gonna do is get a restriping. So you might, and that's essentially it.
So basically, it's an existing use, and I know the owner was here last time, 20 years with the green roof, as you said. And I know some of the landscaping you had concerns about.
Yes, and I spoke to the landlord.
Yep.
Tim Hustle.
Oh, you got to come up to the, I'm sorry, you just got to state your name for the record.
Hi, sorry about that. I spoke to the Oster Properties. They do our existing landscaping, and I spoke to Darlene Embry from Friars, who is responsible for the landscaping there. So I sent them the pictures of the trees that I just showed him, and they want to talk to you directly about it.
Yep.
So Tim told me that he was going to contact you
Okay.
to get that all cleaned up. I did send him the pictures and share him what it looks like now. The landscaping around the building we will keep with the flowers and whatnot, but he's going to take care of those trees.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
In that corner where the old pines are,
Yeah, I was out there this
Yeah,
weekend.
me too, I was there.
A lot of it
I
just
see what
was-
you're saying.
cleaning out the dead
Right.
stuff.
Yeah,
Raise the
no, it makes
canopy and
sense.
Take the old ones out.
But Darlene was right on it. She was like, yeah, we're going to work together with Oster and take care of it. They maintain all that grass and everything over there.
Okay, it is quite a busy place.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good for you, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing, so does any of the members of the audience feel they want to ask a question or speak to the Burger King application? John Flynn, the last meeting we were talking about you because she said we have a green roof,
Yeah, I saw
but
that.
it was the color green, not the.
Flummoxed. One of the few times that you're
Yeah,
totally
there you
flummoxed,
go.
I have to say.
How are you, John?
Okay, good. Yourself? I
Good,
see
thank you.
Your daughter is doing well and so
Yes,
forth.
thank you.
Okay. I guess the most important thing I have to say is that is to confirm Mike's story about the pizza guy at a zoning board meeting many, many years ago. That's true. He did show up, and we sat there staring at pizza boxes or inhaling the fumes of the pizza boxes there at about 11:30 in the evening.
She wanted to come with burgers, but I told her absolutely not.
Yeah. All right. Well, the reason I'm participating in this public hearing is because I think it's an important thing to think about
what it means in terms of your overlay district, which, to quote from the legislation for that, is supposed to maintain and encourage designs and layouts that enhance the pedestrian experience of the town within Yorktown Heights Plan Design District Overlay Zone, unquote. And so I think one of the things that now falls in your lap is to look at projects like this, where it's clearly, as the applicant said at your last meeting, that most of their business is drive-through. People are coming to drive through Yorktown Heights, grab their burgers, and be on their way, and in such a great volume that they now need 2 lanes. And I have no problem with that. That's the business. It's a successful business, but it also tells you something about the futility, perhaps, of efforts to make this downtown pedestrian friendly. Later on this evening, you'll have somebody come up and tell you how the new boutique hotel is going to be pedestrian friendly, so to in such an extent that it doesn't even need a parking lot. And I'm saying you can't have both. You know, that you either have a pedestrian friendly downtown, or you have a downtown that serves people who want to drive through and have the convenience go to the automobile driver. As Sergio pointed out, was it about a month ago that you talked about how when you go to Starbucks and have to go to the bank down the street. Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. When you go downtown, you go to Starbucks, and then because the traffic is so intense on that street, you to go to the bank, to chase a bank down the block, you get back in your car and drive down there just because of the traffic intensity. So it's something that's in your lap. I want to make you, as a public hearing person, I want to make you aware of it, and good luck in trying to solve that riddle.
Thanks,
Thank
John.
you.
Good seeing you. Anybody else?
Joe Biden's doing a pretty good job on the price of gasoline. We'll all be walking in a little
Oh, yeah,
while.
right.
All right. Any comments, questions from the board?
No.
None.
John?
I have some technical things, but I don't know that I need to speak to them tonight. I expect that we're going to continue on the review, given that you still have to produce a landscape plan.
Yep.
So there are some site planning things. And I also want to bring up and get onto your radar that the propane tanks were at one time required to be underground, so I think that needs to be discussed.
Okay.
Yeah, I vaguely remember discussion about that, and then there was this whole issue. I don't know if it was Adrian Auto Body, but there's a danger with the propane underground. It's essentially that if you do get a propane leak, the propane stays in the pockets, and rather than dissipating, there was a safety issue, I know, with the fire department as to undergrounding propane, because what happens if it gets pockets, and actually, with the experiences down in New York where buildings are just completely blown up, there was the old idea that if it gets into the stormwater drainage system and throws a cigarette butt down the drain, you have a major explosion. It's serious. They say that was one of the issues. Yeah.
Other side.
So the propane tanks were underground on the other side of the building in that triangle. They both popped out of the ground. There's a lot of water back there. And it was massive issues back there. And I don't know if anybody here remembers, but I do. And after much back and forth, it was decided that they go where they are. I'd like to have them replaced, and on the plans, we have fencing and bollards that we're going to put there so you don't have to see them. But I would really frown upon putting them back underground. The entire shopping center, everything was cordoned off. It was a nightmare, really, because nobody knew if the propane was leaking or what was going on, and it really was an issue. So I hope we don't put them back under the ground.
Okay. We'll certainly look at that. Thank you for letting us know.
We'll look at the history. My recollection is last resolution had them going under, but my point is to discuss it completely so the right decision is made
No problem.
moving forward.
I think when that issue was last vetted, there was a good reason why they ended up above ground.
Yeah. Anything from the board?
No.
Jim, I'm sorry.
I had the privilege since the last meeting of using one of these two-lane drive-throughs, and without some signage, it quickly descends into organized chaos, where two people try to place their order and try to move ahead at the same time, or somebody gets there before their order is ready and they're holding up other people. So I think a yield sign on one of the two lanes would probably help to solve a lot of those problems.
All right, and I think that's something we definitely have to work in detail.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Comments, concerns? Okay. Then a reference to the public hearing for the Burger King located at 385 Downing Drive. Do a motion to close the hearing and leave a 10-day. Does someone want to speak? No, you would, and leave it open for a 10-day written
Motion.
period? Is there a second?
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Appreciate all your times. Thank you.
Okay. We done?
You want to go home? All right, so next we have a public informational hearing, and I just want to explain the public informational hearing a little bit. So this isn't a public hearing. Yorktown is unique in where they send out notice prior to the public hearing, so obviously everybody is informed and can come out and hear what the applicant's proposing. There is going to be a long second part of this where there's a public hearing. We do ask that when the applicant is speaking, that everybody remain respectful and quiet, as each one of you, when you come up, we ask the same of everybody. There are going to be, I know you're going to find this shocking, differing opinions on this project. That being said, this is Yorktown, so we're going to keep it nice and respectful. I'm not going to put a time limit on speakers, but we do not want the redundancy. I'm going to say the same thing we said at the Costco hearings. We know about the traffic. We're very sensitive to the traffic. We understand a lot of the issues, but we do want to hear from you. We take everything we hear from the public very seriously. And again, a lot of these applications we see, we are residents, we're volunteers, but obviously you folks are out here for a reason, because this project is more intimate to you, probably because you're closer. And when you come up, if you could speak, when you do come to speak, if you could just state your name for the record. We do have a sign-in sheet. I don't know if anybody is not signed in that wishes to. All right, we'll pass it around again.
It's in the back.
It's in the back, so? Oh, I thought I had it here.
That's the first sheet.
Oh, okay. There's one in the back.
The table in the back.
We do appreciate comments putting it in writing. It does help us as we go through the record and reviewing, obviously, everybody's concerns and questions. And we do ask, obviously, we do not set the code. If there's an issue with the code itself or the overlay district, that's a town board issue. We're here to review the application as presented. And we look forward to hearing everybody's questions and concerns as we come up. That being said, do I have a motion to open the public informational hearing for the Underhill Farm?
Motion.
All those in favor? Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. Well, thanks. Good evening to the members of the board, to the Yorktown professional staff, to the town consultants, Mr. Council Member in the back. Good evening. My name is Mark Blanchard. I'm the land use attorney here on this application. I'm with the law firm of Blanchard & Wilson, 235 Amerenik Avenue, White Plains, New York. We are here, as this board is well aware, this project has been presented numerous times. We're here with a full professional consulting staff to go through the project in detail. Mr. Chairman, it is not our expectation to answer questions directly from the public, of course.
No.
But we are most certainly, obviously, here to answer your questions as well. While we will have a technical presentation for the majority of our what we're presenting this evening, I do want to come back up for some concluding remarks to address. In particular, there was a flyer that had been distributed with 7 points to it. That we feel that, number one, we're going to be addressing throughout the material that we're presenting this evening, but I also have very brief remarks to address each one. And with that being said, Mr. Joe Rena from Site Design Development is going to start us off with a site plan discussion.
Good evening, Joseph Rena, Principal Site Design Consultant, representing Underhill Farms. So, Underhill Farms is located at the intersection, at the northwest corner of the intersection of Route 118, or Sawmill River Road, and Underhill Avenue. It's a 13.8 acre site. It currently contains what is known as the Captain Underhill House, a pond, a historic ice pond. There's a driveway loop system and parking lot that goes around the main building, the Captain Underhill House, and there's a parking lot along the 118 side, and there are several outbuildings out in the back of the site which are not going to remain as part of this project. The west side of the site is Glenrock Street. That's mostly a wooded area or wooded portion of the site, and it slopes down off of Glenrock Street onto the site. And we also want to note that there is a fire road, or what the remains of a fire road that was constructed to allow fire access to the back of the Beaver Ridge property, which is located to the north of the property, which has never really been maintained, and it is not substantial enough to carry any kind of vehicles, any loaded vehicles. The project is being reviewed under the newly put in place overlay district. The project is consistent with the intent of the district. We have demonstrated the consistency with of the criteria in the ordinance to the satisfaction of the town board, and it meets all the required bulk zoning standards for that district as set forth in the code. So the proposal itself is to construct a mixed-use development consisting of 148 residential units of various types and 1,000 square feet of new retail space in the building, which is the building all the way to the east here, which is the apartment building, the lower floor, the east side of that building that faces 118 will have a retail space on the bottom. There'll be additional space that will be utilized for retail or commercial use within the Captain Underhill House. Access to the project is going to maintain the main driveway point, which now you would use to enter the site. The circulation around the site is fairly similar to what's there now. As you come into the site, you'll initially run into some parking there that's meant for the commercial space in the Underhill House. And as you make your way around the site to the right, there'll be a parking lot that's over the existing parking lot on 118. As you go around the back part of that building there is additional parking there that will be used for that building, which is the proposed apartment building, and as well as a proposed senior center, which will be constructed on the Beaver Ridge property. There'll be 30 spaces along the back here, which will be dedicated for the senior center. There'll be a second access point constructed across from Rochambeau, which is this intersection right here, and that will access the townhouse portion of the development. There'll be ample circulation throughout the site for emergency vehicles as needed. Let me just go down here. The density of the project is fairly consistent with what's going on to the north and to the south of this property. On Rochambeau, you have a similar townhouse or condo type developments at a density of 9.6 units per acre. To the north, you have Beaver Ridge, which is a higher density, 19.8 units per acre, and we fall on the lower end of that spectrum at 10.7 units per acre. So there's consistency there as far as density goes with the areas adjacent. And of course, to the east, you have the downtown commercial area, which if had the same flavor of density that this project would carry. So the project will consist of let me go back up. The project will consist of a full renovation and restoration of the Captain Underhill house. Let me just get. Which is in the forefront here on the right. And that is going to cost the property owner approximately $1 million, but they hope to restore it to its original glory. I don't know what that's going on there. We know what the weather is now. Okay. As far as the development itself goes, there'll be 52 3- and 4-bedroom townhouse units. Those are the units over the buildings you see in brown over to the left or west part of the site. And again, that'll have a separate entry point, but it will be connected to the remaining part of the site. There'll be 32 condominiums in the center building here, and those will be 1 and 2 bedrooms. And in the apartment building itself, there'll be 64 apartments, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The lower part of the apartment building, which faces Beaver Ridge and faces to the west, this part of the building here will have underground parking for the tenants in that building. 118 of these residential units will be compatible to senior lifestyle. The FAR for the project, or the floor area ratio, the maximum allowed under the overlay is 0.55. We're at 0.5, so we're below the floor area ratio. Some of the amenities that are going to be provided will be open space. There's going to be a nice open space area here in the front of the site. Pathways. There'll be 2 pools on the project site. One to the west of the condominium building. There'll be a clubhouse space in the condominium building. And then in the courtyard area of the apartment complex, there'll be another pool for those residents. There will be parking throughout the site to accommodate residents, visitors, and the commercial space. A connection drive is going to be constructed to Beaver Ridge through and past this. So if you take a look here, there's this blue square over in this location here. That's the proposed senior center. So there'll be a connection, a driveway connection through. So that will also provide a substantial upgraded emergency access to Beaver Ridge, so you have an alternate access, because as you know, Beaver Ridge only has one entry point off of Allen Avenue. So this would be a back way in and out of the site. There'll also be sidewalk connections to Beaver Ridge, as well as this driveway connection. As I said, these parking spaces to the back here along the Beaver Ridge side will be dedicated to the senior center, approximately 30 parking spaces. The project is going to be served by public utilities, sewer and water at the minimum. We'll be making drainage improvements in Glenrock Street. There's really no control of the runoff on Glenrock Street, and we're going to be containing it and piping it and getting it to where it needs to be into the main drainage system in Underhill Avenue. Stormwater on the site, the project will, of course, need to meet all the current stormwater requirements. There is no stormwater management of the existing infrastructure on the site now. So we will be folding that into what we're doing, as well as the new impervious areas we're going to be creating, and we're going to be providing full stormwater management system, and green. Part of that will be green infrastructure, where we will utilize porous pavement. We're going to construct a wetland basin here, just south of the existing pond that will be used for stormwater treatment, and it'll provide increased water quality. So the runoff leaving this site will be less than what's going off the site now, because we're going to be taking that, controlling it, infiltrating it, so there'll be we'll decrease the impacts downstream from a stormwater perspective. So one of the things that, and as you could see, looking at the site plan which I initially had up, Mr. Galero is intent on maintaining and preserving the frontage of this property, especially along Underhill Avenue. He understands this is the southern gateway into the Heights, and not only is it going to include the renovation of the Captain Underhill house, full restoration of the Captain Underhill house, but these historic walls and pillars at this entrance are going to remain. There's a gateway right at the corner that's going to remain as long as far as we can maintain that. Depending on the traffic improvements that are going to be required, that's kind of still flushing out, but it is the intent to either maintain or reconstruct it if need be. The front of the site will maintain a park-like setting. We need a higher table. It's going to maintain a park-like setting. Uh-oh. The project will create and enhance this area. It'll enhance the historic ice pond. It's going to include pathways around the pond, sitting areas, enhanced landscaping. At the cost of approximately $850,000, this area is going to be open to the public. Operation of it, maintaining it, is not going to impact the taxpayers in any way. It's going to totally be on the property owner, but the intent is to allow enjoyment by the public to use this area for passive recreation and ice skating during the winter months. The pond perimeter will be, as I said, fully enhanced. There'll be a full landscape plan done, which will be presented in benches strategically placed around there to get the best views of the pond and the landscape around it. There'll be there's a little water course that comes in here, which Steve Marino will talk about in a little more detail, and there'll be a footbridge that goes over that water course. As I said, this will become an area, a destination open to the public to use all year round for walking and relaxation and ice skating. So, as you could see by what we're doing here, we have no development of or impact on this whole frontage area other than what's there now. This driveway is there. This driveway is there now. We're enhancing it and making it even more beautiful than it is already. All right, at this point, who's coming up next? Phil is, all right. Phil Greeley from Collier Engineering.
Advance them for me, okay? Good evening, Philip Greeley, Collier's Engineering and Design. We prepared the traffic study for the project, followed standard requirements of New York State DOT in the town. Tonight, what I'm going to talk about primarily are some of the improvements that we're looking at and advancing with the project. So, go next slide, Joe. So, in terms of the area, this is just a diagrammatic figure from the report. The traffic report is several hundred pages long. But when as part of the traffic study, we look at existing conditions, peak hour conditions. In this case, we've looked at traffic pre-COVID, during COVID. So we have a wealth of historical data for the intersections around the area. The study focused on Underhill and 118, 118 Keir and Allen, Rochambeau, Glen Rock Street, and all the movements in and around that area. In terms of, next slide, Joe. So in terms of traffic generation, we look at each of the uses, the 148 units. As Mr. Arena indicated, there's some senior type units, but from a traffic standpoint, we look at as if all regular units, no credits. Yeah, so in terms of, it covers the dwelling units, the commercial space, as well as the inn and restaurant that would be in the restored mansion. So these are just, excerpt from the report. It identifies trip generation based on standard criteria that we have to follow for DOT. So again, all the details of it are in the report, but we've accounted for each and every aspect of the plan. Next slide, Joe. So as part of the evaluation, we look at capacities and we look at the assignment of where the trips from the project go to the various intersections. As Mr. Arena indicated before, the points of access to Underhill Avenue and a pedestrian and vehicle connection through Beaver Ridge. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick synopsis of traffic and access related improvements. We have things ranging from sight distances to upgrading of shoulders, drainage, signing, signal upgrades. As part of the project, there will be some land dedication in order to accommodate improvements. Initially, to deal with some of the existing problems that we have, especially in the afternoon rush hour when traffic will back up at the intersection of Underhill and 118. We have upgrades to the signal system, replacing it with video detection and adaptive traffic control. There will be pedestrian accommodations for people to cross Underhill. As Joe indicated, there will be walking paths throughout the area, so anyone wanting to walk from Rochambeau across, we would have what's called rapid rectangular flashing beacons to accommodate that. And then there'll be a host of other signing and striping improvements. Next slide, Joe. So this is just a depiction of the improvements that would be done along Underhill Avenue right up in front as part of the project. Next slide. The connections through to Beaver Ridge in terms of pedestrian and traffic controls would be signed, appropriately marked. On the circulation path around the Underhill house, there would be some traffic calming measures to accommodate those movements. And then we've developed plans, next slide, Joe, to really deal with pedestrian improvements at the intersection at 118 and Underhill Avenue. This plan depicts widening of the intersection to provide separate left turn lanes on both approaches of Underhill to the intersection. so that it would allow left-turning vehicles to be separated from the through traffic. There would be pedestrian crossings on all approaches, and traffic on Route 118, which now, especially in the morning rush hour, uses the right shoulder to turn onto Underhill. That would be modified to a formal, full-functioning right turn lane under the signal control. These all would be New York State DOT current standards. So in terms of the improvements that are shown on this slide, it's estimated, including the design, at about $800,000. As part of this project, Underhill would take care of the design, work with the town getting the permitting done with New York State DOT, and that would also include a contribution of $450,000 towards this intersection. I'll point out that on the previous slides, the improvements along Underhill itself and the signals that would be done right up front would be approximately another $125,000 to $150,000. So in total, we're looking at about $600,000 towards this intersection. We were also asked to look at, since there are other projects in the overlay district, and there's some other projects that have already been approved in this area, to look at the cumulative effects, both short-term and long-term. Next slide, please. And this plan, which is the whole intersection, including turning lanes on Route 118, that will require some retaining wall work, further upgrades to the signal, and this is estimated at approximately $1.5 million to complete. So this design would be all part of the work that we would do up front to make sure that the placement of signal poles, the placement of sidewalks, crosswalks are such that with minimal work, this could be added in the future if and when the other projects might materialize. In terms of, next slide, please. For funding for the intersection, as indicated, the applicant has at this time proposed approximately $450,000 towards the design and construction. There's other methods to get that, so that initial $750,000 to $800,000 would be done. Some funding from the state, additional credits in terms of abatement, because we're designing this to accommodate other projects, but you can't build like half a lane. So the first phases that we had proposed at this time offset our additional traffic at this intersection and would improve the conditions. But we're looking at the long term to see what would be necessary to accommodate everything. So basically, it would be turning lanes on all approaches, upgraded signals, upgraded pedestrians, and that would pretty much cover all the traffic-related items. In the report, there's other information in terms of traffic volumes, assignments, how much traffic is being added on each roadway, but that's really the gist of what's in the conclusions of the study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Does this work? Has everybody got me? I'm always told I don't talk loud enough, except by my teenagers. For the record, Beth Seelig, Hudson Cultural Services, and my firm performed the archaeological survey and the historic assessment of the Underhill Farm as part of the project. This engraving was published by Scharf in 1886, and it's an artistic rendition of what Edward Underhill Farms looked like at the end of when he finally completed his mansion. You can see that a lot of the curvilinear stone walls are still present. You can see that the tower of the mansion is still there, but you can clearly see that there's some artistic elements thrown in there, specifically the large lake that would be right where we're standing. And there's no record anywhere ever of there being a lake here. And the intersection that you see, the triangular intersection that you see on the left-hand side of the image, doesn't line up with any historic road alignment that has ever been known to exist. So while this does give us a good example of what the estate might have looked like, we do need to understand that some artistic license was taken when this was published. Briefly, the history of the estate is pretty vast, pretty long. The Floral Villa estate got started in the 1820s. 1828 was when Edward Underhill started it. And by 1886, he and his family had completed the mansion, and they had a very well-established farm. In 1907, that farm was purchased from Henry and Catherine Keir by the Beavers, Gilbert and Anna, and they ran a large dairy farm on the property. In the 1920s through the 30s, the Beavers established the Gilbert Beaver Conference Farm. Gilbert Beaver died in 1952, and he left the property to his wife Jean and the Conference Farm organization. After Beaver's death, the farm was run primarily by Reverend Schuyler Barber Rhodes and his wife Carol, but his wife Jean was involved as well. And the Conference Farm was an opportunity. They offered retreats. They were primarily a non-denominational religious institution that offered retreats and an opportunity for folks to come and work on the farm. In 1989, Soundview School purchased the property, and they operated there until 2020. This is a survey of the property, and I believe it's 1974, but it was completed just prior to the Beaver Apartments that are now north of the complex being completed. And you can see on the left-hand side of the image there that fire easement that was discussed earlier, that old access easement was there. A number of these buildings are still there. This image shows that 10 buildings were there in the 70s. Only 8 of them now remain. Several of the barns were demolished. I think one as recently as 2012. This is collage, if you will, of all 4 of the facades of the existing mansion. You can see it's quite ornate, it's quite beautiful, and it has been maintained very well. It's not deteriorated, it's not falling down, it's in very good condition. I do want to point out in the photo on the lower right, which is the back of the building, you can see 2 root cellar entryways. Those actually lead into the basement of the mansion. So if you're looking at the photo on the upper left-hand side of the slide, that very square portion, they lead right into the cellar. And these were used as back of the house operations. Next slide. This is an interior of the basement. Upper left, you have one of those tunnels. At the far end of the tunnel, you can see the red door. Along the walls are the old iron hooks where they would have hung meat or other food goods. This is very cool underground. It was used for storage, but it was also used for access for folks delivering to the mansion, for servants, for staff. The lower left photo is a large area in the basement, and that appears, based on layout, to have been a kitchen. So the main kitchen of the house was down in the basement, and then you can just see that there's the stairs that lead up to the main floor, the first floor of the mansion. Of the 7 other buildings that are on the property, this building, which we call Building B, is the only one that can be conclusively dated to the time that Underhill lived on the property. And the way we've determined that is based on the fieldstone foundation, which you've seen in the lower left, and then some of the hand-cut beams that you see on the lower right, which would have attributed it to a time when standardized lumber was not in use. This building has been upgraded, it has been changed, and as you can see in the upper right, it was most recently used as a classroom. It now features sheetrock, amongst a whole host of other more modernized changes. There's been quite a bit of talk already tonight about the park, so I won't dwell on it too much. On the upper left, you can see the bridge over the water course that was there. Mr. Galero is planning to restore that bridge, in addition to investing quite a lot of money into making this park accessible to the community, as well as to just to improve the pond and the area around it. And then just some photographs of all the different gates in the stone walls. As previously stated, the plan is to retain these gates, with the exception of whatever the traffic design ends up being. Some might need to be sort of shifted back and then reconstructed. But the gates are going to remain, and this is generally what you see from the roadway. Just an update, we have been coordinating all of our work with the State Historic Preservation Office, particularly Nancy Herder and her associate Derek Rohde. We have established a letter of resolution, and in that letter of resolution there are a number of mitigation strategies to preserve the mansion, about how it is going to be preserved, preserving the setting of the property, as well as the stone walls, the trees, the pond, etc. And the plan has been that the LOR would be executed by the SHPO as well as the DEC at the close of the SEQR process. I had a conversation with Nancy Herder on May 23rd to ask her to have the LOR executed once the planning board considers the public hearing process complete and closed, primarily so that these mitigation strategies can be fully incorporated into the SEQR process, as well as remain under the purview of the planning board as is outlined in that document. And then just to summarize, the project, this project is going to preserve this park-like setting around the mansion. It's going to restore and maintain the pond as well as the surrounding landscape. Any of the trees that are going to be removed will be responsible as per the town code that I've cited there, and if applicable, subject to review by the Tree Conservatory Advisory Commission. The paths and stone walls are going to stay around the mansion, as well as those entry gates and stone pillars I just talked about. On my side. As a result of this project moving forward and the adaptive reuse of the mansion in this property is going to be integrated into the community. Through parking at accessing it for the senior center, whether guests are going to stay at the inn or the restaurant, or they're coming to use the park. The preservation of the mansion and the grounds are going to create essentially a monument that's going to preserve this property's history, and recognize the contributions of the Underhill family to the local community. Too often in my line of work, I come across applicants who have a historic house on their property and they don't want to spend the money to save it. They can't get around the process of redesigning the project to save a historic building, and this applicant is absolutely willing to do that and recognizes the significance of it and is going to preserve this mansion and keep it up as part of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Marino, Tim Miller Associates. Always have to say that slowly when I'm in Yorktown. I will try to be brief. Once I get started with wetlands and natural resources stuff, I can tend to ramble on, but I won't do that tonight. Steve Marino, I'm principal with Tim Miller Associates. We are doing environmental work for the site design. I'll be handling the natural resources aspects, and Cutagnola from our office will be doing the demographic and socio-economic parts of that process. Let's look at the site now as it exists now rather than how it's going to exist. On the property, there were 3 areas that we identified as being wetlands, as defined by the Town of Yorktown Code. You can see them there in orange. Those 2 smaller areas are about 2,000 square feet in size each. And then the orange area, the longer linear area to the left, is the watercourse as it enters from Glen Rock onto the site through a culvert under the road, through a narrow channel, across that gray area, that darker gray area that you see there, which is the fire access, which you've heard mentioned several times tonight, and then down through a channel and into the existing pond on the property. We have delineated that wetland, and none of the wetlands on the site are either regulated by the DEC or the Army Corps of Engineers. So in terms of what those wetlands are and how they look and how they've developed, Joe, if you could hit the next one. This is a 1947 aerial photo of the property. You can see that western half of the property was maintained as pasture back in the day. There's no evidence of wetlands, pockets, ponds, anything like that on that part of the property. In that southwest corner, you do see kind of a darker area that enters from where Glen Rock is now and flows toward the pond. The pond is that dark patch just to the right there. That's the existing pond. We have traced records of the pond back to the 1930s, so we know that it existed at least then, and most likely before that time. So that there is that watercourse from Glen Rock that enters the site in that dark patch, but those two smaller pockets that we see today didn't exist in the 1940s. Here's 1960, again, still maintained as pasture, open field on that western part of the site. The existing pond is clear. The mature trees on the southeastern part of the property around the mansion still clear, and it certainly existed at that time. The watercourse in the 1960 aerial does not appear as an obvious feature. We know it was there, but it's not appearing as an obvious feature there. Now in 1990, Beaver Ridge was under construction. And at that time, you can faintly see the access road under construction from Underhill Avenue up towards, there it is right there, up towards to the Beaver Hill buildings. You can also see that in that western part of the site, north and western part of the site, it's no longer field. At that time, it appears from the aerial photos that it was actually a borrow pit, an area that was being graded, material was taken out of there as construction of the Beaver Ridge units was underway. It's our contention then that what happened on the site is that the runoff coming down from Glen Rock got trapped by the construction of that road, by soil mining and such that was being used on the property to grade out Beaver Ridge. And at that time, those two small pockets of wetlands developed and remain there to this day because of the elevations and lack of access under the road for that water to flow down to the eastern part of the site and down into the pond. One more, Joe. Here's what it looks like. This is 2000. The access fire road is pretty clear on this. It's clear on this photo. And if you look real closely, after doing this for a long time, I can see it. You can see the two small pockets start to develop on that western part of the access road. Again, the stream channel coming down through isn't obvious. And what's happened, and we'll show it briefly in some of the photographs, is that when that access road was constructed, there was a culvert built under that access road in order to carry those flows from Glen Rock down to the pond. But due to lack of maintenance, time, and nature carrying material through that channel, that culvert got blocked. After the culvert got blocked, water began to pool upstream of the culvert, and at some point now flows right across the access road and has developed into what the town regulates as wetland. It's very wet out there. I know Planning Board, Conservation Board has walked the site and can see how wet it is in that area. So really the width of that wetland has increased and developed as time goes by due to the construction of that access road and lack of later maintenance. One more, Joe. And here's the site in 2021. Hasn't significantly changed since the earlier photos. The watercourse as it exists now is slightly to the north of where it was in the earlier photos. At some point, there must have been some work on the site done in order to redirect that water. It now enters the site, flows immediately north, and then breaks east down towards the pond. So the channel does exist. The original location of the stream is now wooded and overgrown, but the water does flow from Glen Rock down into the pond. Okay. We'll very quickly go through some of the photos of these natural features on the site. This is looking at the pond from several different angles. The pond was excavated pre-1932, lined with stone, cut stone. So and some of that stone has fallen into the pond. That's all part of the restoration plans for the pond in order to restore that stream bank, the pond bank, and reestablish that edge to the pond. But it is a very nice feature. We did find the outlet to the pond, which is an old stone culvert. Let's go down again, Joe. There it is right there in the lower photograph. Don't have a record as to when that was excavated, but you can see that it was old cut stone. It drops about 12 feet from that point down to however the water flows under the site to the north onto the Beaver Ridge property. This is the wetland that I was talking about as it comes down from Glen Rock, That area that you see in the top photo is actually the access road as it exists today. Because that culvert got blocked, the culvert is shown on the downstream side. In the lower photograph, there's that little low depressional area you can see there, the darker area. That's where the water was supposed to come flowing out. But because the upstream part of that culvert is blocked, water has pooled back there and now created what is essentially a wetland, although most of the vegetation in that area is non-native stuff that's just kind of come into the site. Looking at it again, this is the top photo looks downstream towards the pond from where that culvert's supposed to access outlet, and then the bottom photo is that access, the very wet part of the access. If you look all the way into the back, you can see the gate on Underhill where that access was created and it's supposed to come in through the site. These are the two smaller wet pond areas. Again, if you look to the right of that upper photo, there's that pine tree in the back corner there. That's the access road. So we are just to the left of the access road, just to the west of it, and there's that small area of ponded water. No wetland soils have developed up to this point. There's some marginal soils there. We're in subsoils because the topsoil was stripped off. So it does marginally look like wetland, but again, it's really a place for standing water. The lower area is more of a ponded area. It's a couple of feet deep. Again, likely was an area where excavation occurred to get some material out of there that was used over at Beaver Ridge and left a hole in the ground which has since filled up with water. There's no access under the access way for that water to exit, so it just pools there. What we're proposing then as part of this proposal is that those two smaller areas will be filled and developed as part of the site. From a functional standpoint, other than holding some water seasonally, they don't have any wetland function for habitat, for stormwater treatment, flood control, any of the typical functions that we associate with wetlands. So those areas will be eliminated as part of this. And as mitigation for that, we will expand the pond and a marshy area to the west of the pond, create a marshy area to the west of the pond, which actually will help filter additional water coming from Glen Rock onto the site through that water course and create a new habitat area. We'll use native plantings, herbaceous plantings, shrubs, trees, as well as different levels of saturation of water to create different kinds of little habitats in the site, looking to bring in more wildlife than is currently utilizing the pond as it exists today. The water course, as it comes in from Glen Rock, we are proposing to move it 15 to 20 feet to the north to accommodate those buildings in that portion of the property. We know that historically that water course had been moved once before. The channel it's running in right now is a scoured, eroded channel, not really anything that's developed naturally over the long course of time. So we do propose to move it to the north. We would cross that with the road, but with an arch culvert that wouldn't impede the flow of water or any critters that might be trying to get from west to east towards the pond. So that is part of our proposal as well. I think that's the end of my slides, but just wanted to touch very quickly on the trees as well. We have completed a tree survey of the entire site. We found just over 700 trees on the property. As you could tell from those earlier aerial photos, that whole western part of the property was field and pasture for a long time, part of its history. So the trees in that area are relatively young, are relatively opportunistic trees, cottonwoods and aspens and things like locusts, things like that don't grow, that don't take much time to grow, as opposed to oaks and maples and some of the trees that are on the eastern part of the site near the mansion and around the pond. We identified 700 trees. We are proposing to cut about 500 of those 700 trees. Again, most of them are in that western part of the property and are smaller, but we fully expect to comply with the town's tree law. We're still in the process of putting together final grading plans and a landscape plan that will accommodate the issues associated with the tree law. So we'll be moving forward with that as the process moves forward. I think that's it from me. Is Ann next? Ann.
Over here. Not pretty. It's a complicated project and there's a lot to it, so you have a lot of people here with a lot to say. I will do my best to be brief. The project site, its previous use as Soundview School, was tax exempt. Upon purchase by Unicorn Contracting, the site is back on the tax roll. Unicorn paid more than $40,000 in 221 taxes, including $4,500 to Westchester County, $7,200 to the town of Yorktown, and $33,000 to the Yorktown School District. The Underhill proposal, as you know, includes 52 townhouses, 32 senior condominiums, and 64 apartments for a total of 148 units. And 17,580 in commercial. That includes 11,000 square foot of the existing building. Based on demographic multipliers, we project a population of 321 people with 23 school-aged children. At today's tax rates, the development would generate $1.2 million in taxes. This would be approximately $200,000 to the town and approximately $900,000 to the school district. The total increase in taxes generated would be 1.173 annually. Of course, you don't get taxes there are costs involved. Not all costs are directly affected by population. We don't need another police station or another supervisor, but we might need another policeman. So we conservatively project that the cost to the town derived by the tax levy is approximately $200 per person. For the 321 population, it'd be approximately $64,000. This is compared to the $196,000 in tax revenue, so that would be a net benefit to the town after paying for all the costs of approximately $133,000 to their budget each year. As to the schools, the enrollments have been steadily declining over the past 5 years or more. Current enrollment in the Yorktown School District is 3,381 students. The addition of 23 students we don't consider is going to be an enormous impact, but we will contact the school district to get their opinion on that. The instructional cost, again with students, every student, you don't need another principal, you don't need another, but there are some costs to the instructional increase. So we estimate that cost per student is approximately $19,000. Therefore, the cost is approximately $434,000 per year compared to a tax revenue of $900,000 per year. So the big winner here is the school district. And that turns into money that doesn't have to come out of the pockets of the Yorktown School District residents for this and for other things. It's all the same wallet. We're all paying taxes. Overall, we estimate that the project will bring approximately 250 construction jobs and approximately 50 long-term jobs to the economy. The revenue that will go into the local economy based on the families that will live here, we estimate is $4.5 million on an annual basis. The only other thing I'll say is I saw the little flyer that went around, and the very last bullet indicates that the project could result in property values going down. There is really no substantial information to support that statement. I personally reviewed the values of the houses around the other condominiums and around the other small commercial developments in the town, and there's no reduction of that when you compare that to areas that are simply residential in the town. That's not that's an inaccurate statement. Anybody has any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, again, Mark Blanchard back here just to wrap up for some conclusion remarks. We appreciate your time and your patience. We know that's a lot of information. I have my conclusion remarks really are designed to just advance what we are hoping to be a fair and an accurate dialogue as the public is engaged. And now as we were here with the public information, there is another public hearing component to this. Ann had just referenced the flyer that went around. A lot of times if you're, for example, on trial and you're doing your closing argument, you would say, the evidence has shown this throughout. You know, we had a comment made in the flyer that went out to unknown recipients, an unknown number of recipients, where it said, for example, the project is going to destroy the scenic gateway and replace it with a dense residential project. I think what you've seen tonight and what you've seen consistently is a lot of thought going into preserving the buffer along Underhill, a lot of thought of using the Captain Underhill historic structure as the forefront, and the project being integrated into the back of the property. So we don't think that's an accurate statement, right? Regarding the destruction of the scenic gateway. The second statements that were made, I combined a few of these, were about the destruction of the bucolic nature of the property. We're showing that's not going to be the case, right? We're integrating walking paths, seating areas, new plantings, the restoration and rejuvenation of the ice pond for the use of the public. And also that statement contained a destruction of the history of 200 years of Yorktown history. That we feel is also inaccurate and misleading because we're keeping the main, very interesting, and the main structure, the identifiable Captain Underhill structure, we are absolutely keeping. The separate structures around the property are either indeterminate when they were constructed, or two, in very bad condition and in needing of severe attention.
And I'm
Most
sorry.
of them-
If anybody's, please, we've been very good to this point. Listen, if anybody's got any issues, please, if you can go discuss outside. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. The other comment that was put on the flyer was a destruction of the open space. This is a little redundant. I'll be brief on this one. We're showing we're not destroying open space. We're actually opening up the property to the public at the expense of the applicant, right? That's another thing that I think I'd like to mention, pressing pause. The interior of this project with the ice pond and the walking trails, none of those improvements are going to be deeded to the town, i.e. creating a town maintenance requirement. These interior amenities that will be partially open to the public will be maintained by the owner or maintained privately. None of those costs are being passed into the municipality. We talked a little bit about the traffic this evening, and there was a comment made that the current traffic congestion will be compounded. We're showing through not only our phasing improvements, but an overall improvement plan that we have been able to properly mitigate a traffic impact created by our project. Mr. Greeley had given you some evidence about that. We looked at the cumulative impacts. So that's, we believe that was another misstatement that was contained in that flyer. The last one, since the last one was a comment made that the property values will decline, that's been addressed. I'll skip that one. I think it was addressed just fine. But the development impact of no more peace and quiet for your family. You know, no one's suggesting we're going to have Bonnaroo North here on the grounds. Like, nothing like that's happening. This is going to be a quiet development, you know, catering to a senior. There's a strong market right now for that empty nester market for the senior citizens. That is what we are trying to capture. We're not going to be having no one's presenting, or the concept here clearly is not something that's going to be a bustling, nuisance-driven kind of a development. We envision a very peaceful, historically driven, and bucolic development that will benefit the town of Yorktown. So those are my conclusion remarks. We appreciate your time and your patience. And, of course, we're here for any questions from the board. And
I think, respectfully, we're going to go into the, obviously, public comment period.
Yeah.
We're not going to engage in a debate or answer questions this time. We want to hear what everybody's concerns and questions are so that we can go back, absorb them, and answer them accurately.
No, we support that approach.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we do have a lot of people here tonight, and we want to hear everybody speak. I really appreciate everybody paying attention and not interrupting the presentation. That being said, obviously we're going to have a lot of concerned people come up. If it becomes redundant, we're just going to ask you to respectfully move it on to the next topic. And then we'll go through the list. And if I mispronounce anybody's name, I apologize in advance. First on the list is John Settembrino, I believe?
Settembrino.
Settembrino. Please, sir. How are you tonight? Good.
Thank you all for your time. I know what it is to be on a volunteer board. I have a question. On the diagrams, are there going to be terraces on these buildings that would overlook Green Rock? Is it Green Rock Street there?
Glen Rock.
Glen Rock. I'm sorry. Will there be terraces
We're
on
going
it?
to find out for you.
Okay,
As
I
I
was
said
just
tonight,
curious.
we're going to listen to your questions. Now we're going to get all the answers. And we're going to
Okay.
have them. And by the way, I heard some people asking about, like, some of the visuals were not blown up, so you could. All this information is available online and in the planning department office.
That's the only question I had.
Thank you for your question. Okay, next is Mr. Paul Moskowitz. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good.
Good evening. Tonight I'm representing Yorktown 100. This is an organization whose aim is to reduce the carbon footprint of the town of Yorktown. That means reducing fossil fuel use. Specifically, you've got heating and cooling of buildings, electricity for those buildings, and transportation for the residents and the visitors. So I see this proposal for 148 homes plus commercial use as an opportunity for Yorktown to move into the 21st century. It will sooner or later, but here's a chance to do it now. For instance, for heating and cooling of the 148 residences, one recommendation is to use heat pumps rather than with oil or gas or whatever is planned. And next is electricity. The idea is to equip these homes and the commercial property with solar collectors so that electricity is generated on site. This is not a money-losing proposition. I'll note. You know better than I do. You've seen all the proposals come before your committee. Specifically, two commercial entities, JV Mall, have put solar collectors on the roofs of their buildings, and also IBM is doing this on a very large-sized parking lot. They're not doing this because they want to save the planet. That's our job. They're doing it because they can make money by doing it. And I'm proposing to the developers in this case that they equip their homes with solar collectors. And that serves a third purpose, transportation. Right now, only a few % of the cars on the road are electric vehicles. But the number of electric vehicles is going to increase. And in fact, the cost of gasoline today is just one incentive, but even without that incentive, their major automobile manufacturers are gearing up to produce more vehicles. I suggest that charging stations be installed for each of the apartments to be built and also for the commercial location. It's a lot easier to provide for these before you start than as a retrofit. So I think that if some or all of these suggestions are carried out, it will help to make Yorktown competitive. Think if Somers builds apartments and provides these, what will become amenities, having charging stations, having solar collectors, having heat pumps, in order to reduce the cost to the residents, then Yorktown will no longer be competitive. Developers do not always do what is in their best interest. That's why I'm suggesting this here. Finally, the Miller Associates have come up with a plan which will cut down 500 trees. Besides being nice to look at and taking up groundwater in case of floods, and providing homes for wildlife, those trees also store carbon. They've been doing it for at least 50 years. If you cut down those trees, you will not only lose the ability of the trees to store carbon, you will lose all the carbon that they've already stored in the ground and in their branches. I suggest that by building at least some solar panels onto the site, that will mitigate the loss of the trees, at least from the carbon footprint standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we got Brian Wolfson. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
Good, thanks.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk. Originally, I was going to talk about the flyer, but it was eloquently answered. So there's no need, as you said, to repeat.
Thank you.
But I've lived here 46 years. I'm tired of being in my house, not because I don't love it, but because I can't maintain it anymore. Senior housing is something that will allow me to stay in the community and stay here and see my grandchildren grow up in the community. You know, I can't say that I want to wait for someone to die so I can move into Jefferson Village, because that's the only way you get in.
You're right.
No one sells, they die.
That's right.
But let's talk about what happens if this project isn't approved. I mean, I've driven Underhill Avenue for 46 years. I've never been on that property till the last year. I mean, Soundview wasn't letting us in. So the community has had no use of it. Now the community will have use of it. And if you don't approve it, what's going to happen to the property? Decay? No parking for your senior center? You know, you tell me what's going to happen. And if the owner decides to build 12 private homes, they're going to have access to the road, and we're going to have nothing as a community. And if he sells it to a nonprofit, they're going to lock the gate, and they're going to do whatever the hell they want to do with it. That's right. I can't see how we can be so small-minded. In the last 10 years, how many new homes or communities here have been built? And as far as the trees, you know, if you live in any one of these communities, your house was built because they cut trees down. So don't be selfish for the future. And I think the plans all talked about how they're going to mitigate this and how they're going to bring plantings in and this in. And basically, as he said, the trees that were there are just piss trees anyway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Serafina Mastro. Did I mispronounce that?
No.
Close enough.
Hey, how are you? Sorry.
Hi, my name is Serafina Mastro. I think that Soundview would be a wonderful thing for all of us, especially the senior citizens, which I am one of. I'm already looking around for somewhere else to live because our house has gotten too big. And I feel that Soundview is the place. It's got the beautification. It's got the 55 and over. It has a lot of amenities that you cannot find when you look around in Yorktown. This is going to be a beautiful place. And I really hope that it goes through. I am looking forward to. And I don't want to wait 5 years for it to be built. So please think about this and just do it. I am concerned of one thing. There are, through the overlay zoning, other buildings that were considered also, and I haven't heard anything about it, especially the one on veterans, that corner one that they want to make a hotel.
Well, that if you stay later in the evening, you'll hear something on that.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. But please keep up the good work and let's build this building.
Thank you. Okay, number self crossed themselves off. It looks like we got Ann Hickey. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Did I mispronounce your name?
No, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Okay. Some of the points were already talked about, so I'll just try to quickly go through what I wrote. I believe Underhill Farm will be a much-needed, positive addition to Yorktown. When I saw the full-page ad sponsored by Protecting Yorktown's Quality of Life Foundation, I felt it projected some anger and negativity, so I wanted to attend this meeting and speak to the positives. The ad says quality of life could be changed forever. Yes, it could, and I believe for the better. Underhill Farm will create townhouse units, condominiums, and apartments, including senior-friendly units. It will also provide a much-needed and I feel long overdue senior center for Yorktown. When my children were young and my parents were old, I would have loved for them to move closer. But there were not many options, especially for non-drivers. Underhill Farm will provide a walkable community near the town center. And just let me quickly respond to the other points in the ad. Scenic gateway to Hamlet replaced by dense residential complex. I've lived in Yorktown for 28 years, and during those years, this property was a private prep school, and the grounds were closed to the public, so I'm not quite sure what the statement means. Now it could truly be a beautiful gateway open to the public. Historic structures and bucolic grounds destroyed, 200 years of Yorktown history gone forever was another thing in the ad. I think that was addressed already by the developers, saying that the Underhill House will be carefully restored and historic preservation will be priority for the Underhill Farm. Park-like open space and hundreds of trees demolished. Again, the proposal states that the public will be able to stroll the walking trails around the pond, providing a park at no cost to taxpayers. Yes, some trees will be demolished, but if you live in Yorktown now, whether it be in a condominium or a single-family home development, trees were demolished so that you could live here. New trees will be planted, as is the case to most new developments. The traffic was already addressed by the developers, so I won't go into that. The other part of the ad said, no more peace and quiet for you. If allowed, your property values will likely fall. I don't understand how this beautiful community would interfere with other people's peace and quiet, especially since 80% of the new housing is specially designed for seniors. As for property values, I think it will enhance them. I think young families will be more inclined to move here, knowing there is a place here for both them and their parents. Also, seniors who have contributed so much to this community may now be able to stay in Yorktown, near family and friends, after they sell their homes. All will benefit from the new senior center. Finally, the additional tax revenue that will be provided each year for schools and local government will help us all. I hope we can all work together to help this town move forward and support the projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is, it looks like Peggy Stokes or Stakes.
She left.
1577 Overhill?
Right, yes, I was not prepared to do this.
Okay, no problem. You could always write something in if you want. Okay? All right, next we have Lynn Briggs. How are you?
Hello, Rich, how are you?
Good.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Briggs. I'm chairman of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission. And joining me today is Christine Sisler. Where are you, Chris? Fellow member. We are volunteers who love Yorktown and our heritage. We are part of the Town of Yorktown municipal government. appointed by the town board to apply local law, Chapter 198, Heritage Preservation. Recently, we reviewed 2 years of unicorn studies and documents and provided the planning board with a comprehensive critique of these documents, including the identification of several issues, needed credential verification, and missing elements. As an example, ruling in whether or not a Revolutionary War French encampment with a potential archaeological value was located on the Underhill property. Chairman Fawn, at the outset of this process, I heard you say that historic was going to be one of your 4 big focus areas. We agree it should be. We have several significant concerns concerning the archaeological, historical, architectural plans and submit the following comments and recommendations into the public record. So number 1, the Underhill Farm is historically and architecturally significant, but it's the entire property, the mansions, the outbuildings, the farmland, the park-like lawns, stone walls, entry gate, pond, vegetation, and trees meets 4 out of the 5 Yorktown landmarking criteria under local law, Chapter 198. About a year ago, on May 26, 2021, the New York State Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation, and I'll refer to them as a state from here on out, determined that the entire Underhill Farm property was eligible for listing on the state and national registers of historic places. Having issued the eligibility determination, the following day, the state declared what is officially known as an adverse effect finding for the Underhill Farm. And I quote, "With the intensity of construction proposed, the setting and feeling of the property would be significantly altered. We further note that the majority of the contributing outbuildings on site are proposed for removal. Demolition of historic resources is deemed an adverse effect," close quote. Based on this adverse effect finding, the state requested that Unicorn, and I quote, "pursue feasible alternatives that might avoid or reduce the project effects," close quote. To this end, in July of 2021, Unicorn identified 4 alternatives and concluded that it could not envision, and I quote, "a scenario that would be consistent with the project goals and retain the existing outbuilding," close quote. These alternatives were self-serving and unsupported assertions and had no demonstrated proof or evidence in quantitative fact. In addition, if Unicorn's stated goal is to build then what was 165, now 148-unit residential complex, plus add 11,000 square feet of commercial and retail space at the 13-acre site, it follows that Unicorn would not consider retaining the outbuildings as a viable options to achieve the project's financial goals. Chris?
I'm going to continue the statements. And hi, I'm Christine
How are
Sisler.
you?
Hi, good, thank you. So number 6, Unicorn stated, and I quote, "reducing the overall size of the proposed Underhill Farm would impact the overall viability of the project, which is contingent upon constructing a high number of residential units as well as community improvements. The reduced scale would not achieve the level of investor rate or return necessary for privately funded project." Well, if the project were to be scaled down, could it not be completed? Close quote. However, in this same alternative study, Unicorn revealed it had explored other available alternative properties in Yorktown, and I quote, "that have the appropriate size and zoning that will allow mixed use," close quote. These alternatives were not provided and need to be presented in the public domain. Unicorn studies and presentations consistently fail to acknowledge the state's adverse effect finding, and the National Register of Historic Places eligibility determination was for the entire Underhill Farm property based on A, intensity of the construction proposed, B, the alteration of the historic setting and feeling of the property, and C, the planned demolition of the outbuildings. Unicorn has failed to produce an integrated master plan for the entire property, recognizing the state's eligibility determination. Mansions, outbuildings, farmland, park-like lawns, stone walls, entry gate, pond, vegetation, and trees. Unicorn appears to have abandoned its commitment to internally preserve the historic main mansion for the public good. The current plans call for a regional inn to be installed on the 2nd floor and 3rd floor, and a restaurant on the ground floor, both commercial endeavors that benefit itself. Given that there is at least one adverse effect finding, the Heritage Preservation Commission recommends that the Planning Board, 1, issue a positive declaration of significance meeting the minimum SECR requirements for Underhill Farm and move to environmental information study. 2, require Unicorn provide alternative development options, site plans that address lower density and sightings based on the historic property versus the project's financial goals. 3, require Unicorn present the other local available property options assessed in the alternative study to the public. 4, require Unicorn provide clear integrated plans to preserve the entire historic and architecturally National Register eligible Underhill Farm property, mansions, outbuildings, farmland, park-like lawns, stone walls, entry gate, pond, vegetation, and trees, not just the main building. And then 5, based upon the recommendations in our comprehensive documents, review agreed to hire commission-recommended consultants paid for by Unicorn, a la the traffic study, the wetlands, and the consultants, and engage us in the selection of the scoping process. Thank you very much for your time. The Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is Trish Rothberg, I believe. How are you?
How are you? Good evening.
Good,
Thank you
good.
for giving me the chance. It's Trish Sullivan Rothberg.
Sorry.
Hi. It's okay. I'm Trish Sullivan Rothberg. I'm a 17-year Yorktown resident and one of the directors of Protecting Yorktown's Quality of Life Foundation, Incorporated. The foundation is a New York State not-for-profit corporation made up of a diverse membership of citizens and residents from all walks of life, local to Underhill Farm, Yorktown Heights Hamlet, and the broader Yorktown community. We share a common interest in understanding, protecting, and preserving Yorktown's existing community and neighborhood character for current and future generations. Our mission is aligned and support the efforts of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission to administer and enforce Chapter 198 of the Town Code, protecting the town's historic assets. We are not anti-development. We have come together out of significant concerns for the environmental impacts associated with the proposed Underhill Farmed mixed-use 148-unit residential development proposed by Unicorn Contracting. Several members of our non-for-profit will speak and address specific quality of life and environmental impacts that we strongly believe this development will cause, community, neighborhood character, traffic, environmental, among others. We'll close with a summary of our concerns and a request of the Planning Board. Please note we are mindful of the 3-minute limit, and we've worked with our members to honor this. I'm going to start very briefly and address the sound land use. During repeated town board courtesy of the floors, we urged Supervisor Slater and the town board members to remove Underhill property from the proposed Yorktown Heights overlay law and allow this proposed development to follow the traditional process. That is to have the applicant request a mixed-use, multifamily rezone with lower density and negotiated commercial space, size, and use. In fact, in a February 9th, 2021 town board meeting, Councilwoman Roker asked the developer Unicorn owner, Paul Galero, would you consider the regular zoning process? And he indicated yes. So, there were repeated community requests. These were ignored and ultimately were answered with the town board's adoption of the Plan Design District Overlay Zone/law on December 31st, 2021. The end result was to roll the 13.8-acre Underhill Farm property into the newly formed Yorktown Heights Hamlet zone, enabling the zoning change from R140 residential to mixed-use multifamily. Bottom line is that Yorktown, the town of Yorktown's comprehensive plan, does not call for the Underhill Farm property to be included in a Yorktown Heights Plan Design District overlay. It never had. It never did. The contract of sale included a $350,000 contingency payable by the buyer, Unicorn, to the seller, Soundview Preparatory School.
if the town of Yorktown changed the zoning law for the property from single-family residential to multifamily dwellings. Many of us see this as an accommodation to the developer. So here we are reviewing the environmental impacts of the town board's first applicant of the new law, Unicorns Underhill Farm, and as you'll hear from the next speakers, there is significant concern among residents that this planned 148-unit development will significantly and adversely impact community character, neighborhood character, and the individual's quality of life. Our first speaker is Jenny Sunshine. I want to make one note about the schools and what was discussed about the schools. We were one of 2 districts that were not able to have our children go in during the pandemic, the K through 5, every day. Everyone else in Westchester, and that was and we have great schools, but that was because of size. We did not have enough square footage, so we did cohorts. One group went in on Group A, the other group went in on Group B. To open French Hill again will be very expensive. There has been rumblings for years that we may need to do that. I really question the number of 23 students. I urge you to really look deeply at that. I urge you to talk to the district. And I think there's a lot of fuzzy math going on with some of that. This is going to be a great windfall for the district. To open French Hill, $1 million was taken from the roof to put into a football field, which has been great. It will be very expensive to reopen French Hill. But I turn this over to Jenny, who I believe is next on the list.
And she is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you?
Hello, thank you so much. My family's been here, my husband's family, since 1969. And we love Yorktown because we do love all the open space and all the history. I'm speaking to you today as a concerned citizen about a rare and magnificent town asset that we believe is about to be destroyed. Underhill Farm is a grand scenic gateway into Yorktown as it is. The mansion, outbuildings, mature trees, park-like grounds, pond, and stone walls provide the bucolic setting. Collectively, they are the cornerstone of our agricultural heritage. These 13.8 acres, the cultivated soil and structures, came directly from the hands of the Underhills, Yorktown's founding fathers, who fueled our economic development in the 18th and 19th centuries. One of Yorktown's last surviving historic and architectural anchors will be wiped out. 13.8 acres of park-like open space will be reduced to just 3, connected by blacktop infill and parking lots. The Italianate mansion and vernacular farmhouse will be compromised, surrounded by scores of faceless row houses, refuse bins, and tall, light stanchions. Almost 11,000 square feet of unneeded commercial space will be added, and I say unneeded because our town already has so many unused commercial spaces that need to be filled. Already a nightmare, traffic will be compounded from employees, tenants, and customers coming and going day and night. And let me add that if it's a public park as well, all of those people that come to ice skate and do whatever they would love to do on the grounds will also be part of that traffic. For the next 4 years or so, quiet enjoyment from this beautiful, serene setting will be disrupted by the constant sounds of sawing and cutting, grinding, chipping, hauling, and dumping, and bright lights at night. Over 500 trees will be cut down, and wildlife will be driven away from their natural habitat or killed in the removal process. Our air will be filled with exhaust fumes, dust, and dirt. Roads will be chronically muddy and dirt-tracked. Wetlands will be rechanneled and filled to generate more land to build more faceless structures. And I would like to add to that whatever it is right now, it's valid and real. So if there are wetlands on there, whether it's a historic wetland or not, it still provides habitat to the animals that need that sort of environment, and as will all of the trees that are there now too. Historic outbuildings will be replaced by cookie-cutter multi-story residential units. Property values will decline, and property sales will be difficult in the face of 4 years of intense construction. Also, the reason why property values will likely decline is because all of us are, let's be honest with ourselves, nobody wants to live across the street from lots and lots and lots of apartments. Everybody, if they had the money, would love to live in an area where there's tons of area where you can have your privacy and you can have beautiful landscape to look out to. So nobody on Glen Rock would like, they bought these beautiful homes, would like to then now look out in the back of somebody's apartment. No, that is not better than tons and tons of beautiful trees that are there now. That's a fact. Thick and beautiful vegetation will be ripped out, and there will be no resemblance to Edward Underhill's floral villa. The quality of our life will not be the same. It will be much busier and less trees and a lot more cement. And I do believe personally that the property as it is spectacular, just the way it is, with all of the outbuildings, with all of the nature, with all of the trees that are there now, as it is. And it should be preserved as is. That's my personal opinion. So, yeah, I do believe that 200 years of Yorktown history will be gone forever. Let's remember that people that traversed that land were not only Native Americans, but they were also Revolutionary War soldiers. They were also possibly slaves, both that worked the land when New York did have slaves, as well as freed slaves that went north. So there is a lot of history, I do believe, on that ground. Whether you see it or not, it is hallowed ground. So here are my questions for you. How can you, the planning board, stewards of land development on behalf of the community, support the desecration of this historic and architecturally significant property? And will you require Unicorn to develop reasonable alternative development options that reflect lower density and practical siting options to minimize the destruction of this historic property? I also want to remind everyone that this is not an inexpensive place to live. So it will be market rate, is what I've heard. So that means that it will be top dollar. And so that means that it's going to be interesting, because if it's filled with people that paid top dollar, I don't really know how they're going to feel so comfortable with the entire public traversing their property and using their pools and their pond. I mean, I know people are not going to want that. So that's kind of odd. I just also want to show, yes, this is the artist's rendition, Beth, as you said, of the floral villa. Okay, just a big version of the same thing that was on the screen before. And I just want to say, from my own personal research, just as a citizen, volunteer, that this property was part of a family that founded our town here, and they lived here for hundreds of years. And that their entire property was much bigger than this artist's drawing, okay? It extended all the way to California Street and Hanover. And why do we know that? Because there is a historical marker on that land where John Andre spent the night at Isaac Underhill's house. That's there now. You can go see it it's a historical spot. So the Underhill property was much, much bigger than it is now. So if you think about that, logic of that, what we have now is the last little bit of the fantastic history that is here in Yorktown that we have. And in my personal opinion, does not need to be paved over and made into apartments. It would be much, and let me just add one more thing. There's a ton of things that can happen with this piece of property. There are probably lots of wonderful, very rich people that love history that could easily turn this entire piece of property into a beautiful public park. And yes, a hotel that we do need, and or an artistic place that you can have weddings, and you could have, and yes, the public could enjoy it, but then it would have a lower density, and you wouldn't have all of the apartments and all of the cement. So there are things that can be done with this piece of property that would have value for everyone here in Yorktown. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next is, and I'm looking at the handwriting here, Joe Steny?
Strini.
Sorry, Strini. I apologize. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you? Thank you for the time.
Good. Anytime.
Good evening. I am Joe Strini. My wife, Jillian, couldn't be here. She's at home with our 4-year-old and our 1-year-old. We're both educators, and we've lived here for 6.5 years. We moved to the corner of Underhill and Glen Rock. We share 352 feet of property with Glen Rock and the proposed development. We wanted to raise our family here in Yorktown. Great schools, no crime, safe neighborhoods, caring neighbors. We bought the only house that we could afford set back off a main road to guarantee the safety of our kids and our pets, with a view of a multi-acre, scenic, park-like setting, a Soundview Preparatory School that was located on it. We felt like we hit the jackpot. The school welcomed our growing family, encouraged us to walk our dog, and even allowed me to cut the grass to create a sidewalk so we could push the stroller down Underhill Raceway here. We were a happy, growing family until we heard the devastating news in Christmas of 2021 that the town board was leading an effort to change the zoning for this residential to single-family mixed use. Worse yet, we learned that the town board was championing Unicorn's Underhill Farm as its first applicant under the new zoning law, setting the desecration of the park-like property into a dense 148 residential complex with 17,000 plus square foot of commercial and retail space. If the planning board allows this 148 unit dense residential complex to move forward, my family's lives will change forever. First, my family's view of the beautiful open space, the Underhill Farm property, across the street will be placed by the back wall of 4-story faceless row houses. Glen Rock, essentially a dirt road, will likely be resurfaced and become a cut-through for traffic congestion avoiders. My dreams of teaching my kids to ride a bike on Glen Rock and use our yard to shoot baskets, play lacrosse, fetch with our dog Duchess, will be replaced with a constant fear of speeding vehicles and my child even chasing an errant ball down the side of our property. A little less to say of the construction equipment that will be constantly working. The most significant impact of all is I will likely have to sell my home at a diminished value, and my dream of raising a family here in Yorktown will be gone. This home and our neighborhood will have been irreparably changed from our hit the jackpot home to a place that I cannot raise my family. Our neighborhood has an unspoken respect, honor, dignity, and commitment to care for each other, and I'd like to introduce a few of them. Martha Dodenhoff has lived here at 1811 Glen Rock Street for 6 decades, 60 years. She's unable to be here tonight. And our neighbors who have joined me at the podium, Susan and Steve Dollard, have been here at 1801 Glen Rock for a quarter of a century. Donna and Rudy Sharon, who have lived next to me, 1777 Glen Rock Street since the 1980s. My neighbor Sue would also like to have a few words. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I know that Martha, Donna, Rudy, my husband Steve, and I agree with Joe. Over the next several years, if this development proceeds as planned, our quality of life will change forever as well. Not only will the pastoral view we've enjoyed for decades be replaced by the multi-story row houses. This is the front of the buildings, and you can just imagine what the back is going to look like, and we will be overlooking that. And it also bears an uncanny resemblance to the Caremount Medical Building, which is right across the street. In addition to this view, over the next several years of construction, our quiet enjoyment will be disrupted by constant noise, light, and air pollution. But there is another very important impact and worry to us, and I know that all surrounding property owners share, and that is the concern that our residential property will be devalued based on the town board's adoption of the law changing the neighborhood land use, enabling the development of this dense 148-unit complex. so out of character with this neighborhood of single-family homes. When we first started looking for homes in Yorktown, one of our main concerns was buying near an area that could be developed. We were told by several different individuals that the property across from us would never be developed because it belonged to Beaver Farm and it was a residential property. I had the honor of visiting Beaver Farm a few times, as they also had a food pantry there, as well as you could give clothing donations that they would give to the community and beyond. The first time I went there, I was simply amazed that that was actually right in front of my house. I couldn't see all of it because of the trees, but it looked like something out of the 1700s with the buildings and, of course, the main mansion. It was just quite beautiful. We were very sad when they sold the property to Soundview. I believe was in the 2000s and not 1989. They were, I know, in Mount Kisco for many years before they came to Yorktown. And as for the park-like setting, I moved to Yorktown. I came from the city, and they had contrived parks. This will be a contrived park. Yes, the pond will be there. It's beautiful. But it's a man-made park, unlike the other parks that we have in the area or hiking trails such as Turkey Mountain and FDR, where it's very, natural, and it's beautiful hiking trails there. So I have a few questions, and the group has a few questions, our neighbors. I don't believe the applicant is here, but we do have a question. Has he considered the fact that this development could not only irreparably change the character of our neighborhood itself, but could also disrupt the lives of many residents, forcing us to make sudden life-altering decisions about one of the most personal choices we make, where we live? Planning board, this question is for you. If the Straneys, Dodenhoffs, or the Sharones or my family were your son and daughter's families, and you helped them select their current properties and moved to Yorktown years ago, what would you say to them today? Another question we have for you. What do you want your legacy to be? The planning board who did not protect the very origins of who we are, 200 years of history, for current and future generations of Yorktowners. Thank you for listening to our deep concerns, and I appreciate your time and for your volunteering. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Marty Costello.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
All right. Yes, my name is Marty Costello, and I'm a 47-year resident of Yorktown. I live right up Underhill, about a quarter of a mile up the road. And I want to be frank here. I'm upset about this whole development because of the traffic implications it has. Yorktowners drive everywhere. We're not a commuting town. And as people have stated before, and of course another neighbor of mine, Louise Fang, I don't know if she's here yet, but she's on Cardinal Court. The traffic congestion is a nightmare. It really is, especially on weekdays between rush hour times between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. or 3 to 7 p.m. And as you know, traffic comes up from the Taconic. It comes from the Croton train station. It comes both ways, to the point where many times when I'm trying to come out of my driveway, traffic is backed up past me, past Anna Court. And if I try to make a left turn, it's actually dangerous because cars come fast and they're coming from both directions. And I'm very concerned about that. And it not only affects me, but it affects anybody coming onto Underhill Avenue, whether it's from Glenrock Street, Heights Drive, Rochambeau Court, or any of these other side streets that come into it. It's just a lot of traffic. And I beg to differ with this gentleman right here, where he makes it sound as if there's not going to be any traffic impact by this whole development. And it's definitely going to. How are you going to not have an impact when you have, according to this picture here, roughly 300 residential cars of residents who live there, not to mention all the other cars coming and going at the same time, right in the middle of that intersection, where it's like traffic coming every which way. He talked about traffic signals and all that kind of stuff. Traffic signals aren't going to solve this problem. You can have traffic lights and all that. On top of that, I noticed that one of the entrances from the Underhill Farm is going to be directly across the street from Rochambeau Court. So you're going to have 300 cars roughly, that's what's up on Rochambeau Court, coming from the left. Another 300 cars roughly, not at the same time, I understand that, coming right across the street. How is that not going to create a huge traffic backup? I don't understand that. So having said that, I want to have some questions for you, if you don't mind. I understand, Chairman Fong, who I don't know, that you've challenged Unicorn to develop a long-term holistic approach, which I'm pleased to hear. And because you've acknowledged that the planning board will take a very close look at the traffic, we have the following questions. The first one, does the planning board agree that Unicorn has accurately quantified and accounted for the projected increase in traffic? I don't really see that having been said. And to answer this question, we request that the planning board provide the public the details of the traffic counts and assumptions by year for the construction phases of the Unicorn development, including for each specific known hard development and soft development, provide the specific traffic pedestrian projections. The second question has to do with the improvement plan. Will the planning board approve Unicorn's site plan based on the preliminary traffic improvement plan? Or will the planning board ensure that all of the affected parties, including the New York State Department of Transportation, manager of Route 118, are in agreement with the improvement plan? Another question, will the planning board ensure that there's a clear understanding by the affected parties of any changes to the historic and environmental resources to be made in conjunction with the improvement plan? Another question, will the planning board ensure that there is a clear understanding that the improvement plan is fully funded and identify who will fund the component of the plan, fully funded? Will the planning board ensure that there is a clear and specific construction schedule in place and that the improvement plan will be completed prior to the Underhill Farm development opening? Thank you very much for listening, and we truly hope that the planning board does the right thing for the residents of Yorktown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Grace Siciliano.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
I'm Grace Siciliano, and I'm a 51-year resident
You have
of
to
Yorktown.
you have to pull down the mic.
Just so I can hear you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Tom will get upset in the back.
Okay. 51-year resident of Yorktown and a member of the Protecting Yorktown's Quality of Life Foundation. I'm going to cover two topics that we would like the planning board to address. The first is infrastructure and specifically sewer. The full environmental assessment form, the FEAF, submitted by Unicorn and dated December 9th, 2020, is 18 months old and contains numerous factual errors. It should be updated based on current and accurate information. It did not assume that the proposed development was to include a restaurant, an inn, 11,000 square feet of commercial and retail space, and that may include medical tenants and 2 swimming pools. Our question to you is, 1, are you comfortable and satisfied with the estimated 43,558 gallons per day liquid waste estimate in the FEAF, in light of the additional planned usage for the proposed development? The second environmental issue is water. We understand that the Underhill Farm property has long-standing flooding and stormwater runoff issues and linkages to wetlands. To assist us with our understanding of these issues and questions, we reached out to an environmental consultant who performed a desk review of the Underhill Farm wetlands documents and communicated several areas of concern and additional information that would be required to complete a proper project review. So our specific questions for the planning board are, 1, is the town of Yorktown going to ensure that Unicorn obtains permits from the United States Army Corps of Engineers before the wetlands are altered? 2, was the Unicorn wetland delineation data collected according to the procedures in the Army Corps of Engineers manual? Please provide the delineation data for review by an independent party so we can be sure that the full extent of all wetlands were included in the project plans. 3, has the town of Yorktown considered the stormwater controls requirements? Please provide any calculations that have been done that determine the present and post-construction stormwater volumes and plans for post-construction stormwater controls that meet the standards in the design manual for independent review. Also, please provide studies that show whether stormwater will flow to the storm sewers and/or directly to the wetland after development. And finally, 4, has the town considered the design manual's enhanced phosphorus removal standards requirements? Please provide information to show how the developer has incorporated this requirement into its plan. Further details regarding the environmental consultant's desk review will be provided into the public record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've gotten through page 1. Anybody need a break or we're good?
It's time for a break.
Slow redundant.
You want to keep going?
Keep going?
Keep going.
All right, next we have Steve Doland.
Let's keep it going. Hi,
How are you?
all?
Good, yourself?
Great, great. I'm Steve. I'm a resident of Glenrock Street with my neighbors here. And I just want to speak to the information that they're providing on their website in relation to the numbers. Because it was mentioned that a flyer is sent out and everything's inaccurate and wrong. Let me put to rest some information on the website. I only have 5 points. The main mansion. They claim that $1 million will be invested in the mansion, and I quote, this is on the website, "The centerpiece will be the restoration of the historic Underhill House and its reopening to the public," close quote. Contrary to initial plans, Unicorn stated that they plan to install an 8-room regional inn and a restaurant in the main mansion. We view these investments as Unicorn's responsibility and 100% for their benefit. It's not to the town. Number 2, restoring the ice ponds and creating public park. They claim that $850,000 will be invested, and I'll quote again, this is on the website, to create a park-like setting that will be open to public use. Yorktown's historic ice pond will be renovated and complemented by a new park with walking trails and seating, close quote. There's no needs assessment or quantified demand for another park. Walking trails and rehabilitated ice pond at a private residential complex. In addition, there are 5 nearby parks to Underhill Farm, several in walking distance. To maintain Captain Underhill's house, Unicorn claims $250,000, and I quote, will be spent each year at no cost to taxpayers to maintain the historic Captain Underhill House and the grounds and property, close quote. Come on, this is maintenance. They're maintaining the historic Underhill House and grounds is an operating cost, not a benefit to the town or residents. The new community gateway. Unicorn's website states that, and I'm going to quote again, to connect Underhill Farm to the adjacent central business district, the project invests $300,000 to restore the historic community gateway with the new pedestrian promenade near the intersection of 118 and Underhill. Close quote. Without the need for a new public park, there's no need for public access or a restored gateway. The primary need is pedestrian safety and the installation of sidewalks. And our favorite point, traffic. Unicorn claims, and I quote, more than $500,000 for traffic improvements at the intersection of Route 18 and 1 Underhill. Whatever the improvements are, Unicorn should be investing in the traffic remedies as a result of its development as required by law. In closing, it's clear these benefits are not necessary. Yorktown really doesn't need a new public park. The main mansion will be restored for commercial purposes, and therefore there is little justification for the higher density and asserting the $2.4 million in public benefits. So we ask, will the planning board allow itself to be fooled by the so-called public benefits Unicorn is marketing? Thanks for listening.
Thank you. All right, next we got MJ Batchelor.
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you. So, I am MJ Batchelor, and I think I have everyone beat. I've been here for 68 years in Yorktown Heights. I opened my eyes in this town. Tonight, I'm addressing the town of Yorktown's leaving unchallenged several Unicorn misrepresentations about the Underhill Farm project. Unicorn has announced on its website that Underhill Farm is a public-private partnership with the town of Yorktown, and I quote, provides a wide variety of benefits to Yorktown residents and taxpayers, end quote. Via the Freedom of Information law, a request was made for this partnership agreement, and the town clerk advised that no public-private partnership exists. On their website, Unicorn refers to the property's centerpiece, quote, the fully renovated Captain Underhill House, end quote. There is no structure or part of the property that has ever been called Captain Underhill's house or room. The Unicorn website states that the Underhill House will, and I quote, partner with the Yorktown Historical Society to preserve the property's legacy, end quote. There is no provision in Unicorn's plan to address this or even engage the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Committee, who is charged with protecting the legacy of Yorktown's historic properties under the municipal code. In the Examiner News, dated May 31st, 2022, it states, and I quote, finally, a new senior center for Yorktown. Underhill Farm will include an access road to the Beaver Ridge Senior Apartments and 30 needed parking spaces needed for a long-awaited senior center. Without this new parking area, the senior center will not be built. With the approval of the Underhill Farm, however, the new Yorktown Senior Center will finally become a reality. End quote. This is false and misleading. It conveys that Unicorn will build a new senior center, which is not true. Unicorn plans to create an access road to the senior center and 30 parking spaces. There is no justification to say that without the approval of the Underhill Farm project, the senior center cannot be built. I only have one question for the board. Will the planning board challenge the accuracy and or the validity of the representations on the Unicorn website, as well as the content of press releases and public pronouncements. I'm going to close now, and I'm closing on behalf of the foundation. We share a common interest in understanding, protecting, and preserving our community and neighborhood character for current and future generations of Yorktowners. Based on our review of Unicorn's plans, we have identified overwhelming evidence that there are quality of life impacts associated with the proposed Underhill Farm development. We therefore ask the Planning Board to move quickly. 1, issue a positive declaration of significance for Underhill Farm and initiate the environmental information study. And 2, require Unicorn to provide alternative development options that address lower density and siting plans. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mike Epting. How are you?
My name's Mike Epting. I walked here from Allen Avenue, and I need this to get back home so I don't get run over. I've been a 33-year resident of Allen Avenue, and tonight I would like to explain why I strongly oppose the traffic relief valve to allow traffic from the Soundview property to exit through Beaver Ridge and onto Allen Avenue. For many of the same reasons, I'm also opposed to the plan to build a senior center on the property behind Beaver Ridge. Let's first consider the history of the Allen Avenue neighborhood. The homes on Allen Avenue and within the rest of this portion of Clover Ridge were built in the late 1950s and early 60s. This was a time when the vast majority of households had just one vehicle. The roads are narrow without sidewalks, and there are 5 cul-de-sacs within the development. At the time, Allen Avenue was not quite a cul-de-sac, but it was definitely a small country road that connected 2 slightly larger country roads, Baldwin and the predecessor to today's Route 118. Prior to construction of the Beaver Ridge apartments in the 80s, Allen Avenue passed by cultivated fields of crops, which were part of the Underhill Farm property, as this small secondary road exited into what is now Route 118. Today, some 65 years later, the roads are the same, but the traffic demands are significantly higher. Households now typically have at least 2, and many times up to 4 or more vehicles, with many parked just off the road. Throughout the day, there are frequently trucks making deliveries of fuel oil or propane, as well as Amazon, UPS, and other carriers delivering products ordered online, in addition to many pedestrians, school kids, dog walkers, and cyclists along Allen Avenue, severely crowding the road during high-volume times of the day. To moderate the excessive speeds of traffic, the town has installed 8 traffic bumps to force traffic to slow down between Route 118 and Baldwin. When one of these bumps was temporarily removed during the recent construction of a house on the last remaining vacant lot, the effect was immediate, and traffic sped up significantly in the area until the bump was replaced. Due to these constraints, it would be grossly unfair to Allen Avenue and other residents of the development who must all use the road to exit the development to allow the additional routes of entry onto Allen Avenue that would significantly increase the overall traffic volume on this already constrained road. The traffic consultant estimated that there would be an additional 30 cars added to Allen Avenue during rush hour. As a scientist myself, I would like to know what assumptions were made in determining this estimate, and what is the confidence level in the accuracy of this number. An increase of 30 cars doesn't sound like much if you're talking about the Taconic State Parkway, but with all of the constraints on Allen Avenue, it's a different story. What if the estimate is off by a factor of 5 or 10 times, and instead of 30 cars, we're looking at 150 or 300 cars over rush hour on a small secondary road? Therefore, I strongly oppose any permanent traffic route through the Soundview property that would exit onto Allen Avenue. If an additional emergency exit is needed for Beaver Ridge, and it is, apologies to my Glen Rock neighbors. How about designing a road that exits onto Glen Rock, which is significantly wider than Allen Avenue? Sorry about that, but and that would be a convenient alternative to Baldwin Road. In addition, it makes no sense to build a new senior center with offices for the Parks and Rec Department next to Beaver Ridge, which would draw additional traffic to the area to enter and exit via Allen Avenue. With the senior meal program remaining at the Cultural Center, it seems like a major inconsistency and inconvenience to force seniors to commute between the two locations for senior meals at one and meetings and events at the other. Why was there no public discussion on relocating a senior center and Parks and Rec office to this location before this decision was taken? The current community center on Commerce Street is centrally located on wider roads with sidewalks and has a large parking lot convenient to the building. Why move the center from its current home with adequate infrastructure to drive more traffic to my neighborhood, which was never designed for it? Please protect the safety of our neighborhood and our property values by eliminating that proposed traffic route through the Soundview property exiting onto Allen Avenue. And do not allow the construction of a senior center building on Beaver Ridge property. Maintain the center at its current location in the community center building, where the infrastructure is already exists to support its functions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is John Flynn. Do we miss you?
I'll happily yield to Mr. Strauss.
I don't see anything. What's his name?
No, you're one of the last. You'll be here a bit. Sorry. I think you were trying to cut the line. You're on page 2. We didn't forget you. We wouldn't do that. John Flynn.
Good evening, Chairman Fawn, members of the Planning Board, the Planning Department, the Town Board, and the Town Attorney. My name is John Flynn. I've lived across the street from this very controversial development since 1985 in a condominium myself. So I am no enemy of condominiums or apartments. I'm not an enemy of mixed-use commercial and residential development. After all, when I was on the planning board, I voted in favor of the Kear Street development. I won't mention who else voted on that because I know that's a problem for some of you. Okay. And then also, I'm not opposed to the zoning of special kinds of special use districts because when I was on the planning board, I voted for, and felt it was an appropriate use for the transitional zone up on the neighborhood north of Route 6 for some apartments there. I'm not opposed to it, this development on any of those bases. On the other hand, I grew up in New Jersey, and I got to see lots of history wiped out by real estate development in the 1950s and 1960s in my hometown. So that experience gave me a good sense of what's at stake as you look at the development of this very historically and architecturally significant piece of property. I also want to make it clear that I'm speaking here as an individual, not as a member of any particular group, but I did participate last year in an effort to try and build dialogue between the town and the people who are currently suing the town over the overlay zone. Alas, that didn't work out so well. Okay, so I have a couple things I want to talk about. The first one is density, and I've got some handouts for you on that. I think I've got enough for everybody and Robin.
Okay.
Okay, here I just want to ask the question, and try and keep this in an informational framework. How can Unicorn claim the density of its proposed plan with 148 housing units, with commercial space, with a restaurant, and a hotel to be, quote, consistent with, unquote, surrounding neighborhoods. Unicorn bases its density on calculations on 13 acres without subtracting the areas such as the wetlands, which their own consultants estimated 3 acres, the pond, the areas to be used for commercial space, and the areas to be reserved for senior parking for the also controversial now senior center. All the other proposals that your board has reviewed always distinguishes between space that's buildable and space that you can't build on. And then you allow the developer to build on the buildable space at that density.
Hang on one sec, John. Hey, guys, if you want to talk, if you could go outside, thank you. Sorry.
For example, the Arrowwood subdivision that you were talking about at the beginning of your meeting, there you basically subtracted all of the wetlands on that site and then let the builder build the buildable part of it at the density that the zoning regulations allow. And so another question here is, why is Unicorn being allowed to not subtract all of this, the hotel and the restaurant and the wetlands and the parking spaces when it makes its calculation? And you can see on that chart that I gave you that I've just looking at just subtracting the wetlands that they've calculated and the pond, I guess, from their site. I come out with 148 housing units. That's 12. That's a density of 12 units per acre, not the 10 point something that was cited here earlier this evening. So they've also say it's comparable or consistent with the other neighborhoods to the north and the south. They point out the Beaver Ridge Senior Apartments as comparable. But this development was allowed at a higher density because it supplies below market housing for senior citizens, something that people in this audience I understand support. As proposed, Yorktown Farms will sell at market rates. So it doesn't offer any of the benefits of affordable housing or below market housing. So I don't understand how that can be compared, market housing and not below market housing. Also, Beaver Ridge does not, last time I looked, doesn't include any commercial space. It doesn't have a restaurant or a hotel over there, and it doesn't have and the apartments at that development are much smaller than the condos and the apartments proposed at Underhill Farms. And there, on my chart, I've just noted that the fact that as a measure of the size of the units, I've noted that Underhill Farms has 4-bedroom apartments. These other developments do not. And I apologize to members of the audience who I didn't bring enough copies to give out to everybody, so if anybody wants some, I'll give them your email address and I'll send them to you. Unicorn Corporation also cites the York Ridge Apartments as comparable or consistent with as development. That would be to the south side of the development. But York Ridge Apartments were built more than 60 years ago, and before the developments were required to manage stormwater runoff. And to build the infrastructure required to meet today's capture and treat stormwater regulations, York Ridge Apartments would have to remove a whole bunch of their apartment units to make way for that infrastructure. And if you doubt this, just take a look at the size of the retention basins required for single-family homes down the street at the Arrowwoods Estates. It's on the same side of the mountain as the York Ridge Apartments, and they're pretty big, and York Ridge doesn't make any space for that. Despite that, I think my estimate for them is 10.5 units per acre, and so they're even then they're less dense than what's being proposed. And of course, if you go up to the York Ridge Apartments expecting to go out for dinner or stay overnight at a hotel, you're out of luck because they don't have those either. Okay, so then Unicorn also cites other multifamily developments to the south. That would be the condominiums the woods where I live, Scenic Ridge, and Overlook Commons, which were built around 1990. And again, you can see on the chart that all of those condominiums are significantly less dense than the proposed Underhill Farms. And once again, they don't have all of these extra uses tacked onto them. And also, if you want to just calculate straight densities, you've got to take a look at the 6 single-family homes located. You've heard from the people there. And there they are basically 6 houses, and they are all built on a requirement of 1 housing unit per acre. And so that, again, that runs along the whole western edge of the Underhill Farms property. And I think you need to, when you say it's consistent with the neighborhoods, you got to factor that in too. So my question is, will Unicorn finally provide an accurate calculation of the proposed housing density based on acreage available to build housing? Not the acreage where they're going to put a parking lot, not the wetlands, and not the places set aside for commercial uses, but just, give you guys a number of how many acres they have to build housing. And can the board scale back the Underhill Farms proposal so that it actually matches the density of other recent market rate multifamily projects in Yorktown? Okay, now, and I would also say that your board has expressed a concern for the number of buildings that are put in the wetland buffer on the site plan for this, and by you reducing the density, you'll be able to get some of those buildings out of the wetland buffers. I just wanted to quickly, since somebody else already brought you a consultant's report on the wetlands, I just want to speak to one thing about the wetlands. I'll be quick. That map will help me speak through it. And again, sorry folks for not having maps for you all. Unicorn Corp and their consultants have claimed that an emergency access road, you heard this in your meetings previous to tonight, and you heard it again tonight. The access road shown on the map I just gave you is running through the western end of the it runs through the western end of its property, and the claim by Unicorn Corp is that it blocks water flowing west to east across the site. And Unicorn Corp claims that this road, due to either faulty engineering or poor maintenance of the culverts, created what it terms the wetlands B and C. And I think, in response, Bill, you asked them directly a question at your last meeting, would these wetlands exist if it weren't for this culvert being blocked, or if the road the road construction? And they said, no, they wouldn't exist. Well, I beg to differ. If this were the case, if it were that road blocking all the water flow, then the land to the east that I show in green on that map, that would be dry. Now, like I said, I lived there since 1985, and before, when I first moved in, it was free to, you could walk around down there all the time. The public was invited to visit. And I walked my dogs on the property. I went all over that property, and that area that's outlined in green there, the only way you can get behind the two accessory structures to be taken down is impassable unless you're wearing knee-high boots. The only time you can walk back there and not get soaked is in the wintertime when it freezes over. Then you can ice skate. Maybe I'm an early user of the ice pond. What can I say? But seriously, that land is wet, and if the road was acting as a block to that, as the theory goes from Unicorn Corp, then it should be dry. And so that raises the question. And Tim Miller Associates themselves said in one of their meetings with you, said that land is wet, that is wet year-round, as it is a wetland. And so that, to me, the question is the access road at the center of a wetland that's much larger than B&C, rather than serving as a barrier as described by Unicorn Corp and its consultants? Another question related is how much groundwater recharge. Nobody's mentioned the benefits of that water sitting on the land and soaking back in and recharging the aquifer. Well, that's what it's doing back there, and that's a very valuable function, as I understand, and as we've been trained when we took our planning board training courses with the county planning department. So what I want to know is how much water currently enters the site during a storm, and how much runs off the site during a storm, and that includes water coming off the coming down from I guess it would be the Rochambeau neighborhood of French Hill, and coming onto the property and eventually recharging the aquifer. And will the artificial wetlands proposed by Unicorn perform equally well, both in capturing water and in allowing it to recharge the aquifer? One more thing, and then I'll sit down, okay? Because I know other people want to talk. I don't have any handouts on this one. I want to talk about the demographic analysis that was done. They called it fiscal analysis, but at your last meeting and again today, Tim Miller Associates estimated the population and fiscal impacts of the proposed Underhill Farms. And this is a very important thing. It basically, once you set your population, as you can see, then the consultant walked through particularly at your last meeting in detail and said, here's the taxes it's going to pay, and based on these population estimates, we're going to only have so many school children. So she said it was going to be a windfall for the school system. Well, okay, now. The calcs might also be, I don't know, Dr. Phil can tell us, but those calculations could also be the basis for setting your traffic estimates. After all, if you have X number of people living in a development, then you can calculate out how many cars are going to be coming and going from that development. So their report called a fiscal analysis of Underhill Farms. No, it's fiscal analysis Underhill Farms. This is a Tim Miller Associates report. It shows that their estimates are based entirely on data that was published by the Center for Urban Policy Research in 2006, which incidentally is where I got my master's degree in city planning. So here are my questions. Is this data based on the 2000 census relevant to Yorktown in 2022? And here I'll just quote the report. The center's report states that the data is, quote, unique to New Jersey alone, unquote. So, it's data good for Fort Lee, maybe not so good for Yorktown. The center's report warns against using, quote, out-of-date demographic data. And 2000 census sounds a little out of date. And another question I have is, can this data be used to project the population of a specific project? Here the center's report states, quote, its study is not meant to provide the exact number of people or children that will move into a new residential development. The actual number to be generated is more likely to fall within a statistical range. And looking through the data in this report, these ranges vary widely. So I think that at the very least, the Unicorn Corporation ought to be presenting this stuff as ranges of best case and worst case in terms of the number of people living here and the number of school children that the site will develop. Not just a single number rounded. I think it's up to the second decimal point that they use. Okay, and finally, doesn't Yorktown need supplementary data for such important baseline calculations? That if this is going to be the thing that we drive, we figure out how much traffic, how many school children, etc., don't we need some supplementary data? And here's what the Center for Urban Policy Research has to say on that. Quote, for best results, the state-level data presented here should be supplemented by local analysis, such as conducting case studies of the actual population and especially public school children generation of occupied housing developments comparable in character to the subject development being considered. And just to illustrate that, they say that the that the very town that that the reason you want to be careful and do local data collection is because some towns they found will draw more school children just because of the quality of their school system, and so that it varies. You can have it can be exactly the same kind of structures that you're putting up, 3-bedroom townhouses in clusters of 5. But if the town has a high-quality school system, it's going to draw more children because people are smart. They bring their kids to that school system if they can. And so my conclusion there is that we really ought to take a look at and get some more data in on this. And therefore, I had a few more things on topography and walkability traffic, but let me just jump to recommendations. I want to say that, number one, the Planning Board has the authority to require revisions to Unicorn Corp's site plan. Unicorn, as has been pointed out, bought property that was zoned for single-family residential. The town bumped it up to multifamily, so they've got quite a windfall to play with here. And you should feel free to require some decent standards. The county planning department memo that you received, just a preliminary one, certainly advocates for you to have the power to change the site plan, and it's also implied by Councilman Esposito when he was quoted as saying, "I think Unicorn has a long road ahead of them. They have to go through planning," which again implies that you guys have some ability and are expected to put your thumbprint on this plan. And finally, under the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, the lead agency must weigh a project's environmental impacts and decide whether they are significant. And here I recommend that you decide they are significant and make a positive declaration due to the likelihood that this project, as proposed, will adversely impact traffic on nearby streets and highways, an existing site that is historically and architecturally significant, a local school district impact, the municipal sewerage system impacts, and finally the surrounding residential neighborhoods which are being impacted because of the commercial nature of part of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, I can't read the last name, but it's, I believe, Megan Flo?
She had to go home and walk the dogs.
Okay. Oh, is that Flynn? That's the bride? Okay. All right, next we got, I believe, Mike Oates.
Good evening, and thank you for this time to speak. My name is Mike Oates. I'm the president and CEO of the Hudson Valley Economic Development Corporation. Our mission is to serve and try to create jobs and bring investment into the entire Hudson Valley region, and we're in strong support of this project. One of the underlying or critical issues facing the entire region is housing, and we think that this project starts to address some of the housing needs here in Yorktown. And I was impressed with a number of the speakers early on who have been longtime residents of the community that want to have an option, want to be able to remain in the community and live here, and this will give them that option when they're looking at downsizing. I just have a couple quick points because I know there's a lot of people that want to speak tonight. The developer has a proven track record here in Yorktown and throughout the Hudson Valley, including the Caremount facility that serves the community. Underhill Farms will create walkability for its residents to local businesses and in essence, strengthening the Yorktown business community. And finally, we are also looking at those 250 construction jobs, those 50 full-time jobs, and the $1 million that will be added to the tax rolls from a property that has been tax exempt. So again, we're in strong support, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we got Tony Grasso. few more. Another 6.
We should, really.
That's it.
We should bring the microphone to a guy like this. Let him.
Can you get through there?
Hey, Joe? Yeah, you can get through. Oh, it's another page? You're killing us, Robin.
I'm all right.
I took it, so.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman.
By all means. How are you tonight?
Well, I survived another day. As you know, I'm 94 years old.
God bless you.
Been up here, I think, 54 years or so. I know most of you personally, or have worked with some of you in the past. Aaron Bach with the Chamber of Commerce and myself, Mr. LaScala. I have not worked with you, Richard, but we got to know each other. And this gentleman I cannot recognize.
We know each other.
Okay, good. Most everything that was said this evening does not need repeating again. So most of this that I was about to say will have to be cut out. You have the information, but there are some things that were said that we should clear up. First of all, my question to the town planner, in the comprehensive plan, I believe the minutes show that the plan that the town is working for, you people are looking at, is in the comprehensive plan. Is it or isn't it? That is a question. I believe Mrs. Siegel was on the board at that time. In fact, she may have been the chairman. That this was included in there. So it is in there. To make statements that it's not there is an error. Ads that appeared in the newspaper, such as this one, are truly false when you look at the density problem. If you look at the density at Beaver Ridge and the surrounding areas, they're far higher than what this plan offers. If you look at the 200 years of history, gone forever. The only part of early history on this project was the first 50 feet when you enter their driveway. I have a magazine or a booklet on everything that was done in Westchester County. And did you know Westchester County was part of the Bronx? That, too, is a historical thing. Open space, hundreds of trees demolished. Trees grow anywhere. If they're demolished, they can be replaced. And the tree locations that they have looks good. Traffic. Dr. Phil Greeley, who's here this evening, happens to be one of the experts in the state of New York, if not around the country. He knows his job, and he does it well. I had the pleasure of working with him when I was on the town board on many traffic problems, and he was right. 118, as an example, should have never been built. That was the cause of the traffic. Underhill Avenue was there only because the residents that we're talking about gave up that land so that people, the farmers, could take their crops to the railroad that finally ran up. This was in the 20s. Now, I got that information from the late supervisor, Ted Hill. If you knew Ted Hill, and most of us that are old enough do remember him and all the things that he did for this community. Property values. We hear that a lot. But today, if you sell high, you buy high. If you sell low, you buy low. A very simple thing to remember. It's not going to move that problem. Now, senior center, there was a deal made. HUD, which is in charge of the housing and in charge of Beaver Ridge, made a deal with the town with a project where They will not raise the taxes on the property, but they would give property to build a senior center, which we need. There are over 7,000 seniors in this community. And guess what? The current center that we use is not big enough for that type of community. You can go in and have dinner or lunch. What does it hold? 60 people. 60 people to go to lunch. And they deliver to your house if you want it. They also cook for 2 other communities. How many people know that? I don't think there are many in this room that know that. But taxes. The young lady made earlier talked about taxes. In my own calculations, I think over $1 million will come in for the state, for the town, the county, the state, and the town. It's a lot of money at no cost to us who've been paying it all these years. As I said earlier, I've been up here 54 years. I served on the town board. I served on the conservation board. And wherever I was needed, I was asked to join or an opinion. My background is in soil agronomy. I know soils and I know what grows on soils. I separate soils so that I know exactly what I could put from the sand, the silt, the clay. I had a laboratory in my house, but when I sold my house and moved to my current home, I had to get rid of the equipment that I needed. Okay, goes there. Please bear with me, Mr. Chairman.
You take your time.
One thing on traffic. This is supposed to be a 55 and over type of housing. At my age, I'd be damn stupid if I went out of the house at 8 o'clock in the morning. But at 9 o'clock, I have freedom in this town. And at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd be dumb to stay on the road for the women coming back so they can cook dinner, for the husbands that are coming home at 6 or 7 o'clock. These are the things I've annoyed. Oh, I believe the town was supposed to do its own traffic study. Did they do it?
I think it's in the works.
Is it available?
Not yet.
Okay, so here you have Dr. Phil Greeley and the town coming up with a traffic study. We should pull something out of that and solve the traffic problem, whether you have turning lanes, new traffic light, or new intersection. Okay. Oh, someone spoke about the access to the rear end of Beaver Ridge. Right now, the fire department has determined no way can they get a vehicle in the back end of that place. If there's a fire, God save the people that are there, because you'll never get in there with a fire engine. But they're going to improve an access road for that. So that to me is, okay, let's see. And I encourage the residents around this complex to stay on the town website. You get a lot of information there, not for what some organization says or what some people think they should say. That's wrong. Well, like I said, much has been said earlier. I added a little bit to this. Give it a great deal of thought. Myself, when I was a lot healthier, I went to all the town board meetings. I go to the planning board meeting when I feel healthy enough to go. And I would encourage people that are here for the first time to use the town website and come to these meetings so that we could see what's going on. Don't just come out when it's your neighborhood. I have a neighborhood also, and most of you live in other neighborhoods. So please, be part of the town. not when it's in your backyard. That doesn't count in my book. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe next is Steve Wers.
You're not gonna get through there, Tony. Tony, you're not gonna get through there.
Mr. Wers? Okay, next we're going to move on to Jean Mention or Morton.
Oh, Ginny, that's Tony's wife.
Oh.
Oh, Jenny,
Sorry, I can't read. How are you?
Oh, I think I'm fine. Past my bedtime.
Yeah, all of us.
But anyway, my name is Jenny Menton. I've been here since the early 50s. And I really can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing, and I'm up here speaking. What I have here, a lot of it has already been said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'd like to just make a few comments. We have gone over this particular item over and over and over again. It's been in the papers. We've had meetings. We've had board meetings. We have planning board meetings. And we continue. Now we have a public information meeting, which is kind of new to me, but it's something that happened many years ago that Nick Bianco did. Now, also, then, I believe we're going to have a public hearing, correct? Do you think it'll ever happen, either yes or no? I mean, will we ever get an answer? So, to me, things have been in the paper. I respect everybody that came up to this podium, whether they're for it or against it. I respect their ideas. But I would like truthful things to be said, not to drag them out, and they might be the truth or they might be lies. Let's speak the truth. The mansion is not going to be destroyed. They said that from the very, very beginning. And all we hear from everybody, oh, they're going to destroy the mansion. Oh, they're going to destroy the buildings. Oh, we're going to destroy history. There's a lot of history there, but there's a lot of buildings that if we don't take them down, somebody's going to get hurt. Do we want to take them down? No, but we might have to. Do we want to take trees down? As you know, my husband is an agronomist. No, we don't want to take them down. But if we have to, we have to. And we will plant other ones. Like people said, when you built the development, where I live on Hawthorne Drive, they knocked every tree down on my property until someone next door came out with a gun, honest truth, and told the guy that was with the bulldozer to get off the property. So I have a little row of trees in the back. But since then, there's every tree imaginable on my property. We've grown them. So anyway, the traffic problem. I haven't heard one person say, first of all, it's going to be a lot of seniors there, and I also haven't heard that word used too much. There are over 6,000 seniors in this community, and we need another place to live. I've lived in my home since the 1950s. It's time for me to get out. We can't handle it anymore. I have no place to go. And like somebody said, you have to read the obituaries in order to get to Jefferson Village. It's the only way you can get in there. And I really don't want to go there. I like this particular project because it has everything I need. Eventually, I won't be driving. There are many people that are going to come to this community that are not going to have the cars. We're not going to have all these cars that everybody talks about. We had 2 cars. Now we're down to 1 car. Pretty soon we'll be down to 0 cars. So I'm going to count on transportation that the senior center provides for us to be able to go to the senior center. And also, I didn't hear Unicon say that they're going to build a senior center. They never said that. I don't know where, maybe I missed reading it somewhere. They're going to give us parking spaces so that Beaver Ridge can take care of a senior center. And the senior center is not going to move from the cultural center. That senior center is going to be there. This is just going to be another place for them to have additional game rooms or additional places for seniors to go. I don't know, and I think people know this now, that seniors are not dying at 60 and 65 years old and 70 years old. They're still having their families. They're still working. They're not retired. They don't retire until later. So we need a place to go when we get older. And what better place can we have? Someone said, well, what do we need a park for? We have plenty of parks. Well, if I'm not driving, and I might be in a wheelchair, or my husband is in a walker and a cane and a wheelchair, I can't go to any other park. Isn't it nice for me to walk out of my condo or my townhouse and go sit on a bench, and maybe kids will be ice skating on that park. Maybe I can watch people there. Wouldn't that be nice for a senior to do? Yes, we do need a park. I heard somebody say, because we talk about traffic and all that, instead of doing what we're doing, we can have a hotel there and have weddings and conferences. Are they going to take the bus there? Or are they going to have a car to take? There's more cars. No matter which way you slice it, you're going to have cars. So why do we need a hotel there? We have over 6,000 seniors that need a place to go. Also, I hear, well, why do they need a 3-bedroom? They're going to bring kids in. Well, I have news for you guys. I don't know whether you got old yet or not, but when you get older, sometimes you need a caretaker. And a caretaker has to be with you 24/7. In order for them to be with you for 24/7, he has to or she has to have a room to stay. And also, I don't know how many of you, husband and wives, still sleep together at that age. A lot of husband and wives have separate bedrooms. So, 3 bedrooms. That doesn't mean I'm going to have 2 kids there. I'm going to have my bedroom, my husband's going to have his bedroom, and God willing, if I can still be and not go to a nursing home, my kids will have a caretaker for me to take care of me in my home so I can stay home. Not having to go to a nursing home where I'll go see them once in a while. You just have to realize seniors are an important part of this community, and we really need them here. And I wouldn't be too concerned about the schools. You're saying 23 kids. All of our schools, because of what's happening in the world today, we're getting additional children. We don't know where they're coming from, we don't know who they are, and we don't know how many we're going to have. But you know what? We have to take care of them. Just like we'll have to take care of those 23, if there are 23 children in that particular place. So I just made a few comments here. I just wish I remembered how to take shorthand. But I've been retired for about 30 years now, so that's all gone by the wayside because a lot of things were said that I would have liked to make a comment about. And I mentioned the park. And I did mention about me not relocating. I think I mentioned all the things that I have to mention. I fully 150% approve of this. We've tried to get the right information out there. We've had meetings. On Thursdays, I've tried to call people to come in so they can hear the right information. Reading the paper, it's like everything else that's happening in this country. You're not reading the right information. And unfortunately, that's true. But make sure you just get all the right information. Yes, there are good points and there are bad points. When we had whites come to town, we had the same problem. Everybody complained about the traffic. We survived it. We had Lowe's come into town. Oh my God, traffic. You know what? We survived that also. We're going to survive this. It's going to really be an asset to this community. What they're going to do to the roads are not only going to benefit that unit, that project there, it's going to benefit the whole of Yorktown. And once you bring that community here, it's also going to benefit by bringing other businesses into town that want to come to Yorktown. You talk to any realtor today, they don't have enough places for people to live in this town. People like Yorktown. Our schools are wonderful. Our town is wonderful. We don't have to be like other towns. They want a sidewalk walk in town. They want to walk in town. We're not that kind of a town. But we can walk if we want to. We can. Just remember, please, like I said before, as all the people that got up today, very few people spoke about the needs of the seniors here in Yorktown. I am on the Senior Advisory Committee, and we try to help all the seniors that we can, and we try to do our best. We bring different people in to speak to them. Just recently, we had someone from Westchester County, which was very needed, to help caretakers. When you're taking care of a person, the person that's sick, everybody says, oh, how's he doing? Is he okay? Does he have enough help? Nobody says anything to the caretaker. Hey, how you doing? You need a day off? You want a couple hours off? Well, we do have those things. We have them at Westchester County. There are a lot of things down there that help the caretakers. I don't have phone numbers, and this is not the place to say it, but I'm sure you can look it up, and they will help your caretakers. I approve wholeheartedly of this project, and I hope to God it would go through because I would like to move there. And don't come back and say to me, well, you're going to get a townhouse, and it's 3 floors. How are you going to handle that? Well, I'm going to have an elevator put in, just like they said. So that'll take care of it. I can sleep downstairs, and the caretaker can sleep upstairs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce his name right, Michael Matone?
That's right.
Was I close?
Yeah, no, you didn't pronounce the
How are you?
Good, good. How's everyone doing tonight? Good evening, everyone. Mike Matone. I'm a resident of Yorktown. I've lived here for 6 years. Actually, Joe convinced me to move here from Long Island. I hope no one holds that against me that I'm from Long Island. But that does give me a little bit of history with overdevelopment and developments in general. I'm also a member of the Community Housing Board. Ken Belfer, our chair, provided remarks to Robin and John and the team earlier today. I also shared my remarks. The Housing Board will speak again at the next meeting. Those remarks are from the Housing Board for this meeting. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a resident and a parent of 2 young children. I'll just hit some of the high notes. Since I have a lot here, which was already shared with the planning department, we share with the planning board. Background, I have degrees in marketing, public relations, and a master's degree in finance. I also, I work in financial services. So there's a lot of discussion today that kind of intersects with financials and advertising, it seems. Talked a lot about newspaper ads and such. One big thing, again, one of the high notes, the proposed housing, when you look at the fiscal analysis, seems to lack affordability consistent with both the needs of Yorktown families and conformity with the recommendations of the County Planning Board for overlay districts. That was shared with Diana Quast on April 6, 2021. Just looking at the fiscal analysis, it states that annual housing income ranging from $75,000 to $95,000 would be required to afford one of the apartments, and then $150,000 to $200,000, $199,000, would be required to afford proposed townhouses and condominiums. It looked like there was 32. In the latest proposal, it said 32 senior condominiums. I've seen numbers in the other proposals for like 74 of the 148 being, and that's another thing, like it's some age restricted or is it senior? I think we need to, as the planning board, really clarify what we mean by what constitutes being for seniors or built for seniors or conforming with senior rules, right? So like, is the bar going to be in the shower or is it going to be able to be put into the shower, right? I think there's needs to be some clarity on there overall. There seems to be inconsistencies. But anyway, with the affordability, Yorktown median income, according to 2020 Census Quick Facts, not 2006 like John had mentioned, is $130,375. So more than half of Yorktown residents, based on median household income, can't afford the townhomes and condominiums that are being proposed. So a lot of the advertisements that we've seen and the discussions that have been, talked about is this is a benefit to Yorktown families, right? Folks that can move into these that want to, downsize. Well, based on the data, more than half of people who want to downsize in Yorktown based on median housing income are not going to be able to downsize at this development just based on the prices that the proposal says would be needed to afford to live here. In the mortgage business, you don't give a mortgage to someone who can't afford a property. And we shouldn't be looking at properties for people who can't afford them, in the long run. We really should look at what can we do to make sure that housing, if it's really being built for Yorktown families, is housing that could be afforded by folks in Yorktown, especially seniors in the room, right? We have a lot of seniors that live in Yorktown. If they want to age in Yorktown, let's do it in a way that they can afford to. I do also want to talk to the planning board about an opportunity where
Dutchess County Executive Mark Molinaro, they're doing a lot of development in Dutchess County. One of them is Eastdale Village, 440 units, mixed-use development, live, work, walkability. What the county executive in Dutchess County is doing, and I advise the planning board to maybe reach out to some folks in Dutchess County and talk about this, they're solving their senior housing crisis by creating programs and incentives and financial benefits to seniors so that they can age in place. And then building developments to attract young families. New developments being for folks' first home in the community, allowing seniors to not have to go through the process of selling a property, moving, potentially having to change doctors and do all these other things by making a move, even if it's on the other side of town, right? They might have to change doctors. They're doing that by creating incentives for seniors to be able to age in place, age gracefully in a place that they've called home for many years. I know that, I've dealt with family and know family that are dealing with dementia, right? Moving is not a viable option for folks going through that process. All right. Couple more things here. You'll hear from the Community Housing Board about the model ordinance, so I don't have to belabor on that. I mentioned about the clarity on what it really means to be for seniors. Overlay. Oh, here's the last one, and I'll just try to be brief on this. I know a lot of people spoke for a pretty long time here. Personally, I think that it is a responsibility of the planning board and everyone, that's either employed or appointed by the town of Yorktown. The Yorktown board approved the overlay zoning law, and the intent of the law, based on the marketing materials from the town of Yorktown, is to respond to 21st century market realities by diversifying housing stock, encouraging live-work construction, and promoting walkability with pedestrian and bike-friendly streets. I will say this. Number one, this does diversify housing stock. Yorktown has a lot of single-family residential housing. Diversification of housing stock is critical. So that's a great thing that we see here. However, encouraging live-work construction and promoting walkability with pedestrian and bike-friendly streets, I'm not sure that what we have currently proposed and a lot of what has been marketed, really promotes those facts or is built with the full intent of Destination Y. Individuals spoke earlier about charging stations. At the end of the day, again, the intent of the program is to face these 21st century market realities. Market reality is someone like me was lucky to be able to afford to buy a house here, and I had to wait 10 years after I graduated college to be able to do so with a wife that's a nurse practitioner, right? Reality is I shop and dine in Peekskill, Mount Kisco, and Cortland because there's not a lot of options for young families to shop and dine in this area. The reality is I'm one of two people who came tonight under the age of 50 to speak. And I believe strongly what Tony said. You got to be involved and engaged in your community. I have to find out how I can get my wife to be home to cook dinner because I was late tonight because I was cooking dinner for the kids. But in all seriousness, maybe young people aren't engaged is because a lot of projects that we see in Yorktown are not designed for young people. I was at a meeting a couple weeks ago. We were just talking about getting rid of a youth soccer field to build 55 and over age-restricted housing on Catherine Street, right? You guys know that development? You want to get young people more engaged. Let's look at development and work with developers to build things for the future of Yorktown. I've seen the work that Unicorn has done. They do great work. Personally, and this is pure conjecture and opinion, it seems that they made some marketing plays to appease people who show up at a lot of these meetings. When reality says, if we look at this potential development to build for the future of Yorktown and work with our community to create programs to help age in place, create more affordable opportunities for seniors, Underhill Farms can be a place where young people can come have their first house in Yorktown. And my friends like Joe, instead of worrying about someone, creating all this traffic and his kids playing ball, maybe his kids can cross the street and find some other young kids to play ball with. That really should be the goal, right, of our community. And by looking at this proposal with not just the letter of the law, of the overlay law, but with the intent of the overlay law, I'm confident that we can get that done. And I implore anyone who's watching at home who's under the age of 50 to come join me at these meetings and listen to great people like Tony who have served this community for many, many years and be part of this process. One thing, one person under 50 couldn't make it. the wife that I referenced. She said, and look, I have experience in certain areas. She blows me out of the water with her intelligence. She's a nurse practitioner. She said, it's weird. I got to drive all the way to Shrub Oak to take the kids to the library. If these developers really wanted to give back to the town, what about using that Underhill house as like a library annex? Give it back to the town in a way that people are really going to use it, and provide opportunities for more senior programming at the library for people that live in Beaver Ridge, or, all different types of things that can really make it so that there is actually a community gathering place that can be used year round. I'm a little heavy to ice skate, so I try not to do it when the red sign's up, even when the green sign's up. But, again, just another one of those things. It's 10 o'clock. It's late for everyone. Try and, throw a little in there. But at the end of the day, hey, we all got time. At the end of the day, we really should look as a town, as a planning board, as a whole community to work with this developer to make sure that this thing is only going to get done once. Let's make sure it's done right with everyone in town in mind. Thanks for your time. And sorry, I don't know who said that, but sorry that I took maybe a little 30 seconds extra. Appreciate the comment. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next we have Daryl Lindholm.
Good for you.
Okay.
Thank you to Chairman Fon and the Planning Board, and your volunteerism is appreciated. My name is Daryl Lindholm. My husband and I have been residents in Yorktown for 16 years. We had to move here because Valhalla didn't have any senior housing. Cemeteries, but not senior housing. We had to move and leave friends and acquaintances, our place of worship of 43 years. Yorktown needs condos, apartments, and townhouses. The plans that the developer Unicorn Contractor has will renovate the mansion. It will be refreshing to see a landmark that is an important piece of Yorktown history spruced up. It will be a visual improvement to our community. The public will be able to enjoy the restored building and its grounds with a restaurant, shops, and walkways that are open to all. I'm hoping that seniors now living in Yorktown will be able to stay here and not have to move as we did. We have over 6,000 seniors living here. Let's keep them here. We absolutely can't let this plan be stopped. Please, please expedite this plan as quickly as possible. Let your legacy be moving forward and helping seniors stay in the community.
Thank you. All right, next it looks like Rosemary Pano? Panio, I'm sorry. Aaron's helped me with the spelling.
Aaron is very smart.
Yes, he is.
I'm going to be very brief.
Thank you.
Because I do not want to be redundant. I am chair of the Senior Advisory Board for the town of Yorktown. Many of our members are here tonight. I've been here for 50 years. I raised my children here, still live here, and my grandchildren are here. I would like to stay in this town. However, I, like my husband and I and many seniors, get to a point where we've loved our beautiful house on over an acre of land and our swimming pool and all the bushes and all the trees. They're beautiful things, but we can't do it anymore. There are physical reasons why you can't do it. Sometimes there are financial reasons, but mainly you begin to have limits, and we are trying to teach our seniors in the town through the advisory board to make wise decisions about their future. One thing I know, I don't want to leave my neighbors. I don't want to leave my friends. I'm certainly not going to leave my children. And I'm not going to leave my church. We are, I'm 81. My husband is 82. Aaron, don't get smart, okay?
What did you do?
We've known each other a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, we've known each other a long time. I love this town, and I would like to stay here. But I don't know how long we can stay in our home either, as many people pointed out. The Senior Advisory Board has tried to encourage seniors to make wise decisions, but unfortunately, as I think Jenny and Darrell and Maria, I see a number of our members, we don't have options. We just don't have options. So we either have to make it very difficult for, and then there's another aspect that at any point, I hate to say this, those of us that are living with our spouses may lose a spouse. And one person can't live up on Morning View by themselves or in southern Yorktown. You can't, because you don't have any socialization. You don't see people. That's why we moved there, so we didn't have to see anybody. But unfortunately, when you age, you do not go out as much. You do not. And someone talked about traffic. Well, seniors don't usually shop on peak hours. We don't go out in the morning rush hour, and we don't go shopping at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, So I just would like to, and I appreciate everyone's comments, the comments about animals and I love my property, but I just can't take care of it anymore, physically. We had a beautiful red fox in my backyard lounging on my table the other day. I called my neighbor who has young children. I said, just be careful, because I don't know what the ramifications of this is. We have beautiful deer. That's wonderful. But I don't know, 5-10 years from now, God willing, if I'm alive or my husband is, I don't think we can possibly handle that on our own. So I just ask you, I know, look, I've sat on many boards in Yorktown over the years, too many to mention. But so I know how difficult these things are. I just ask that you make wise decisions, logical decisions, and don't forget the seniors of Yorktown, because we need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I just call you number 28? Mr. Dan Strauss, you're on.
Dan Strauss, 56-year resident. I'm going to go with the unicorn hunter. He had that on his shirt. You didn't even see that?
Oh,
my
it
God!
takes a second.
Boy,
All
you
right.
guys are observant.
Yep.
I'm also not.
Slow
What did
sometimes.
I used that expression in cahoots with anyone else here. What I say. I've been here for 56 years. There seems to be a lot of misconception. I'm just going to talk now. It seems that you can just kind of talk and about senior housing and market rate. What about seniors? Okay, so when these projects come through, they never say how much they're going to cost. It seems that the last time I noticed in the paper, it finally came out how much units were going to cost. 6, 7, 800,000 and more. You tell me how many seniors of the 7,000 can afford to downsize into that. Sell high? What's the average in Yorktown? I don't know. They've thrown numbers around. All these quantify and qualify numbers and statistics. 6, 7, 800,000 plus. You tell me how many of the 7,000 seniors can afford that. Plus carrying charges. No one has said what the carrying charges are going to be. 1,500, 2,000. I don't know. Maybe Unicorn can correct me, but I have a feeling that's what they're going to be. So I came to Yorktown to get a single-family home that I could afford. It seems now, in this generation, you don't have to be able to afford things. This young gentleman and his family came, the unicorn hunter. He came up here for a single-family home. No intrusion, seclusion. That's what Yorktown is about. Low crime, great schools. I have grandkids here. I look at Yorktown through the young people's eyes. People move to towns where they can afford it. If you can't afford to live in Yorktown, you're not going to move to Yorktown. It's expensive to move to Yorktown. And I go back to the seniors. You're looking at senior housing compared to market rate. The developer is not going to give you senior housing. He's giving you market rate. You do not necessarily have to live and die in Yorktown. I remember the movie, To Live and Die in L.A. It seems like this is now the mantra in the town of Yorktown, that you have to live and die here. And I'm not being humorous. It's a, what's the word? There's on opposing levels. Can you afford to live here? What are your options? What are seniors' options? You can stay in your home if you want and pay someone. If you can afford to live here in Yorktown, that's my fear. You can afford to pay someone $2,000 a month. It's cheaper than moving to a condo and paying, if you want to, move to a condo, though. That's another story. I don't want apartments. I've said it before. I don't want apartments in Yorktown. They're offering apartments. I don't want apartments in Yorktown because apartments drag the town down in the long run. You're looking for trouble. That's my opinion. So, you have choices, condos or townhouses. There was a project, the Wyant. They wanted apartments. That got canned. They went for townhouses. The project never worked. Someone mentioned Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers came in here a few weeks ago on 50 acres. 50 acres. They want to put 148 units. Unicorn wants to put 148 on 13 acres, plus the commercial. I don't want commercial there. Commercial is, half of Yorktown is underwater commercial. They aren't even, and talk about the walking town, walkable Yorktown. I walk a lot in Yorktown. A lot of people know that. I do a lot of walking in Yorktown. I talk to a lot of people. I see what happens. You go into Yorktown most of the day, there's 3 people walking here. 3 people, 2 people. Traffic. I don't believe in those surveys. There's going to be more traffic. If you build more apartments, or forget the apartments, the condos, the townhouses, and we haven't even filled a commercial. Uncle G's is going to move. No one talks about that. They're going to move to the new August 15th. That's my understanding. We want to fill the town with commercial. You're going to have more traffic, but not in Yorktown. Do you think those people who move into Unicorn, if it's approved, how many people there are going to walk into town? Give me a break. There's so much traffic there, they'll get wiped out. They'll have 2 cars. It's 55 and over. Do you think those people don't go to work, aren't making $200,000? They're going to make $200,000 a year. $250,000, $300,000 if they move into those apartments, into that development. They want to get to work so they can afford it. So I'm covering just at random some of the things, and I think if you said it's 100 units of housing, and the pond, no one has cared about that pond in 50 years. That was the first thing Joe Rayner said, and I'm not disrespecting him. When the project came up, you can go ice skating on the pond. If there's a red flag, what about that? What happens if someone gets killed? I don't want, if I spend $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 for a condo, I do not want people walking around. And I sent an email to the supervisor and the town board when it first happened. I said, you want someone sitting on a porch or one of the benches eating a Big Mac? That's it. Okay, so I'm going to finish now.
All right, thank you.
I'm finishing up. I've been talking. I think if it's less dense, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We got a few more left here. Paul Martin.
Thank you. I know it's getting late. I'm going to try to be very, very succinct if I can. I've got lots of notes. I'm not going to read them all. I'm really here to voice my concerns about preserving the house, the Underhill house. That's my major concern. And I'm going to focus on compromise, which is a delicate balance between progress with preservation, as our town's motto says. Delicate balance between progress and preservation. A lot of people have talked about the house, but it should be noticed that it is an extraordinary structure and trademark and the most significant building on the property and the visual gateway to the town and the heart of Yorktown proper. Historic preservation of a house like that costs money. The older the house is, the more expensive it is to restore it and to preserve it for future generations to enjoy as we move into the future. The house is close to 200 years old, I believe. Developers often overlook the potential of adaptive reuse of old buildings and historic buildings. The prime example of that is the Knapp House on Route 202, which was torn down just 10 years ago to build those apartments and those condos back on that field over there. The location where the house was is just a parking lot. The developer could have come in, assessed the historic nature and value of that particular house, which has had significant history. It was owned by Anna Held, the wife of the Ziegfeld, of the Ziegfeld Follies, had significant historic value in our town, was one of the oldest houses in the town, dating back to the Revolutionary War. And the developer came in and ignored it. Built their condos, and I'm not blaming the planning board or anything. That was about 10 years ago or so. But they ignored it, bulldozed it, put up those houses, those condos, and the house was lost for forever, for future generations. So I commend the Unicorn developers for recognizing the significance of the house when they purchased that property. But in order for them to restore it and maintain it, they incorporated some adaptive reuse. And people have condemned, oh, there's going to be a store there, there's going to be a hotel there, there's going to be housing there, whatever the case might be. But that's the compromise that a developer has to take, give and take in order to preserve the Underhill home, the Underhill house. So again, I commend them for recognizing the significance of that property and making the effort to put the time, the energy, and the money into preserving that property. But it doesn't come cheap. It costs money. So I'm encouraged by that. On a personal note, I've lived in Yorktown for 35 years. My wife and I moved here from Long Island, matter of fact. And in order for us to afford a home in Yorktown, we had to buy an entry-level home at market value, which happened to be a condominium up on Rochambeau Drive, the Scenic View condos. Somebody else had said that they lived there for a period of time. And that was our entryway into the beautiful town of Yorktown. We would not have been able to afford the home we bought in Yorktown where we live now, a single-family home, had we not first moved into that condominium on the hill, Rochambeau Drive. Had 5 wonderful years there. Have had 30 wonderful years in Yorktown in our single-family home. So you don't want to necessarily deny young people from coming in to the town of Yorktown in a market value home. I understand that, market value condo, whether it be a senior who's selling their home at market value and moving to the condo, or a young family moving up from the Bronx, from Long Island, whatever the case might be, and having an opportunity to start their family in Yorktown as we did. Great schools, our children went to the schools, graduated from the schools, moved on, et cetera, et cetera. So time marches on. All right? Progress with preservation. Historically, Yorktown was exclusively a farming community. The Underhill Farm, exclusively a farming community. And if the same resistance to farmland developing had occurred in the 1950s and the 1960s, none of us, I dare to say, would be standing in this room right now. So, progress with preservation. I commend the efforts to preserve the Underhill home. I think compromise is in order between the development of the property, how much development of the property, but the key thing, and I commend them, is the restoration and maintenance of that very, very historic Underhill home. So I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Because you know who's next, and could be here till. Am I the last one? No.
After the break.
We'll have to talk.
We've got another 2 pages. Poor Terrence. All right, next. What happened there? Give Aaron 1 second. It's only a few more.
What happened now?
I don't know. All right, let's get going. Help, I'm sure it'll show up in a second. Next, Susan Siegel.
Good evening. It looks like the room has thinned out. Congratulations to those who have stayed for a long time. All right. I'm used to doing my things for 3 minutes, so I've timed that, but I do want to add on two additional comments before I get to my prepared comments. A lot has been said about seniors who want to downsize and want to stay here, and there's no place for us. I've lived here 52 years. All but 7 have been in a single-family home, and when I needed to downsize, I went to Jefferson Village, right? And when I was looking, there were lots of units available there. Okay, there happens to be one very special type of unit there that is in very high demand, and there aren't that many of them. So maybe that's when you have to wait for somebody to die. But there are lots of other places to go. Other than my comments, Tony Grasso kind of singled me out and said something about wasn't the Yorktown, the Underhill Farm complex permitted as part of the comprehensive plan, and I was a supervisor when we adopted that comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plans very specifically does not talk about an overlay district for Yorktown Heights. It does not. It talks about overlay districts. They have a slightly different term for it for other parts of Yorktown, but not Yorktown Heights. And even more of interest, when it talks about a mixed-use residential overlay type district, it says that the density should be the same as the underlying zone, which in the case for Underhill Farm is 1 acre zoning. So in no way does the Underhill Farm comport with the comprehensive plan. I just wanted that to be cleared up. Last week and earlier today, I submitted some very detailed comments to the planning board, raising a host of issues about the Underhill site plan. They weren't for or against anything. They were just very specific issues dealing with density, with wetlands, with traffic, with playgrounds, with the senior-friendly housing, a whole variety to call the board's attention to those issues. Tonight, in my brief comments, I'd like to focus on just 3 issues: seeker, the town's overlay law, and what it means to take a holistic approach to Underhill Farm's anticipated traffic impact. Seeker states very clearly that if the initial environmental assessment turns up just one potential significant adverse environmental impact, then the lead agency, which is you, the planning board, has to issue a positive determination of significance and require the developer, Unicorn Contracting, to prepare a more comprehensive environmental impact statement. You have in your record letters from the State Historic Preservation Office stating in very unambiguous terms, and it's been cited here by the Heritage Commission, that the proposed Underhill Farm plan constitutes an adverse impact. What more do you need? After tonight's hearing and reviewing the additional written comments that you've gotten, the board should act quickly to issue the positive declaration so the process and the whole planning review can proceed and you go into the EIS procedure. And again, after listening to the comments tonight from the public, I think it's fair to say that there are likely several other potential significant impacts that you can add to your positive declaration. The second legal issue deals with the overlay law itself. As I pointed out in my written comments, the law gives the planning board flexibility when it comes to waiving the density and bulk regulations. Just because the town board voted to allow Underhill Farm to be considered under the overlay law doesn't mean that the planning board has to approve that plan. When the town board granted overlay status, the town board never considered the plan's significant negative environmental impacts. They never did a seeker review. That's what you're doing now, and the seeker review makes a difference, a very big difference. Finally, I ask the board to stand firm on its earlier statements that before it approves any plan for Underhill Farm, it will require a holistic approach to the Route 118 traffic situation. In other words, not accept a Band-Aid solution like adjusting the timing of traffic lights, but a real plan with major improvements that had been approved by the DOT, that there's a way to fund the improvements and a timetable for their construction. The planning board should not approve the Underhill Farm site plan until it is certain that the Route 18 improvements will be made in time to handle the new traffic that's generated by the development. As I wrote in my memo, I'm urging the planning board to consider the precedent that the town set a few years ago when it required the developers of the Wyant and the Roma building to work with the DOT and the town to develop a real solution to the traffic problem. Then and only then will the planning board be able to incorporate a true traffic improvement plan, a holistic plan that this board wants, into their modified plan. I know you have a lot of work ahead of you. I will be sitting here twice a month, okay, as I listen to all of this, and I just wish you lots of patience and good luck, and thank you.
Thank you, Susan. All right, next we have Miriam Curtin.
Good evening. I bought a PowerPoint with me. Robin is trying to set it up, but I don't think it works. And I anticipated as such, so I did things the old-fashioned way. I felt like I was doing a school project. I had so much leftover school supplies. My kids are in their 30s. So I'm sorry the audience won't be able to see it, but you guys should be able to see it, and these are all photos that you are all familiar with. I prepared it as a PowerPoint because I'm basically talking about optics. And I'm talking about the optics from my point of view, how things look for me, and I'm trying to convince you to see things the way I see them. You can see here, that's the picture of the Underhill House that we're all talking about. This is in the 20th century. I'm not going to go through the whole history. At the last meeting, I believe it was the historic consultant talked about how when she drives down Underhill Avenue, how beautiful it is to see the house, to see the pond and the house. And I couldn't agree more. This over here, I'm sorry, I didn't bring a pointer. This is the Denton House in Hempstead, Long Island. It was built for Richard Denton in 1795, and it was renovated to a Georgian mansion in 1860. It was owned by many, many people over the years, and it subsequently changed hands many times. It became a variety of local businesses, and over the course of 50 years, it was a funeral parlor for many years, and it was three different restaurants. At one point, it was a restaurant, and the family lived above the restaurant. It fell into disrepair in the 1980s, and McDonald's purchased it in 1986, and they wanted to demolish it, but there was a big community uproar, and they decided to renovate it. It is on the National Register of Historic Places. And this is what the McDonald's looks like right now, and here's another picture. It looks very nice. They did a very nice job, and it looks very nice. It's on Jericho Turnpikes. It doesn't belong here in Yorktown. You can't really see it here, but there are photographs on the bottom where I've compared what the Underhill House looks like compared to the Denton House, and what the Underhill House looks like compared to the McDonald's McMansion. Both of these are similar in style. They were built within 33 years of each other. They have a similar Georgian facade on the architectural style. They both have historical significance. They were both the manor homes for the town of Yorktown and Hempstead. And like I said, the Underhill House will be on the National Register hopefully soon and will join the Denton House. So you can see that's what the McDonald's
looks like on Long Island. When it opened up, a manager was quoted in the press as saying that they had so many people coming in to look at the inside that it killed their takeout business. So this is what we want in Yorktown. This is not what I want. Do we want gawkers and extra traffic? If you build a McDonald's McMansion there, people will come. McDonald's is considered a restaurant. Okay? You had that Taco Bell thing a few months ago. Okay? So Taco Bell is a restaurant, a Taco Bell drive-thru on Route 6. Anything is possible. So you can see how similar they look. And even Mr. Galaro was fooled when he wrote a letter to the editor on 2021, and he thought that the photo that appeared in the paper was a Photoshop of the Underhill Mansion. It was not. It was the actual picture of the McDonald's mansion in Hempstead. So this was the future for the Denton House 36 years ago, after more than 50 years of failed businesses. These businesses were high-end restaurants. They were there for a very long time. So it didn't just happen overnight. This was the future 36 years ago. There's no reason to think that this couldn't happen in the future for the Underhill Mansion. If the planning board allows commercial development of this property, then the possibility is very real that this could happen. If the restaurant that is planned now fails, if Unicorn sells and a different owner comes in, it should be sealed in writing. The future will change, and promises from Unicorn Contracting are not enough to guarantee that the Underhill Mansion will not become a McDonald's McMansion. Please think about the worst possibilities that could happen to this property, and do not allow any commercial development. You said it yourself numerous times, commercial is commercial. You cannot tell a landlord who to rent to. If you allow commercial development, you are basically giving up control. It's going to be uncontrollable commercial development. You will have no control. You can have reliable fuel company there, put an oil tank there. On this side here is the aerial view. Oh, well, okay. You can advance it, please. Thanks. And keep going. Keep going. Here we are. This is the aerial view of the L-shaped property. You see the Beaver Ridge on top. We went through this. You can barely make out the house to the right of the pond. You see how small the house is in relation to the property. Advance, please. This is the overlay district from the planning board. Any considerations for the Underhill Farms property must include the planning and contingencies for the full development of all the parcels in the overlay district. The parcels are not mutually exclusive, since all the roads and infrastructure will be shared. Please don't laugh. So I'm going to ask, what are the limits, the upper limits, of all the units that can be built in the overlay district? I heard the number like 600. I don't know if I heard it right. That was the upper limit for if you have the Yorktown Triangle Center and everything else developed. So I asked the question, how many toilets can be flushed in the overlay district? How many toilets? I'm serious. How many toilets can be flushed on the Underhill Farms property with 3 wetlands areas, a blocked culvert, and a drainage pipe that runs under Beaver Ridge? Next slide, please. This is the schematic provided by Yorktown. You can barely make out the outline of the house to the right of the pond. This is what I see. I see 12 enormous Caremount building-sized structures that dwarf the historic mansion. The oversized buildings will be the first thing you see when you travel east on Underhill Avenue or south on 118. You will no longer be treated to the beautiful side of the mansion as you drive into town, to paraphrase the consultants. Next slide, please. If you make the comparison, and you can see over here, I did it an old-fashioned way, interactive. You can lift this up and you can see what it looks like superimposed on the lot. I didn't know how to do it with computers. I'll have to up my computer skills. If you compare the current lot with the Unicorn proposal, the first thing that pops out to me is the density of the proposal. The ratio of impervious surfaces to permeable surfaces overwhelms the entire property. You can barely see the Underhill Mansion. Again, if the planning board approves this proposal, you'll be allowing Unicorn to overdevelop this property to the extent that no other homeowner in town would be allowed to do. No other property owner in town would be allowed to overdevelop a lot filled with grass and trees and then cover it with 90% impermeable surfaces on top of wetlands. If our zoning codes could not permit this for the average homeowner, why should Unicorn be allowed to overdevelop and ruin this property? Next slide, please. This is just a building, one of the buildings that was proposed. Next slide, please. It's the Caramount building. Looks just like one of the buildings that is proposed. Next slide, please. This is a comparison. 12 of these Caramount-sized buildings are going to be put on a property. They might even be bigger than the Caramount building. Next slide, please. Look at the comparison again. This property should hold no more than 12 single-family homes, and yet you might be willing to allow more than 12 times the number of units to be built on this one property. 12 houses versus 148 condos, rentals, and townhomes, plus 11,000 square feet of uncontrollable commercial space. My estimate is that with 12 homes, you would have 36 toilets. The Underhill proposal would include approximately 278 toilets, based on my estimates, and I think I was a little bit conservative, plus the commercial toilets. 36 toilets versus 278 toilets on this one lot. This is an enormous increase in water and sewer on one property. The Unicorn proposal does not belong on this undeveloped historic property. It is too dense. We don't need additional commercial development in town while there are so many existing vacancies in town. There's no guarantee that traffic will be mitigated or improved despite widening the intersection. There are no guarantees that Yorktown seniors will be able to buy or rent these properties. They will be open to the market, to the world. In fact, the promotional video, the promotional real estate video that's on the YorktownNewYork.org that was put out maybe I think 2018 or 2019, watch it again, talks about come to Yorktown. We have housing stock for 55 plus people. That's on your promotional video. You are telling the world, come to Yorktown. We already have that 55 plus senior housing stock for you. There are no guarantees that Yorktown residents would be able to purchase these. They'd have to get in on time. They'd have to be afforded. There are no guarantees that the residents will shop exclusively in town. Some people feel Uncle Giuseppe's is too expensive. The only guarantee is that Unicorn will profit at the expense of the future quality of life and aesthetics for the local residents. Please significantly scale back the number of units in the proposal and do not allow any commercial development. Next slide, please. And if you could hit the button, please. Hit the music. In the center. Thank you. I leave you with Joni Mitchell, who was very prescient in 1970. Paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh, bop, 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 bop. Thank you.
Okay, next we have John Nowak. John Nowak.
How are you, neighbor?
Okay. Keith Holmes. Keith?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Don't know how I follow that, but yeah. So I'll be extremely brief and under a minute, hopefully, in and out of here. 18-year resident of Yorktown. My boys are. I have a senior graduating and one that graduated 2 years ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I also sit, full disclosure, I sit on the Climate Smart Community Task Force. And I am also a board member at the Science Research Foundation for the high school. All right. For the day job, I am a real estate developer and run a private equity firm. And I'm here on a personal basis, but the relevance to this project is I've restored over $100 million in historic properties over my career. I think this is a great plan. 95% of the projects that go on a national basis require an adaptive reuse. And this project, I think the way it's designed is the adaptive reuse is a good plan, all right, that they're going to restore the Captain Underhill building. And again, I'm on a personal basis, all right. So, and that just one of the point I think the historic preservation people pointed out, an adverse proceeding from the state doesn't necessarily mean the property shouldn't be developed. That many times in the projects I've done through SHPO, the outer buildings are demolished to preserve the main building. So I just want to bring that up and make that point. But I definitely would recommend the planning board vote. And I have to emphasize this is not on a personal basis as a Yorktown resident that the planning board approved this project. Thank you. Was it under a minute? Thank you.
You were quick. All right. Last but not least, we have Mark Lieberman. Do you want these, Robin? I vandalized them. How are
Good
you,
evening,
sir?
Mark Lieberman. Thanks, Richard, for letting me put my name up there in the last 10 minutes. I hadn't planned on speaking, but I heard a few things that raised some questions with me. One of them is about 3.5-4 years ago, the town board passed a tax abatement law. And my question is, does the tax abatement law apply to this development? In which case, the $1.2 million of tax revenue, is that really $1.2 million? Or is it going to be 50% of that, reducing over 10 years? So I'd like clarification on the actual tax revenue.
Okay.
The second is, we all know the problems of the cut-through of the Roma building, the traffic that cuts through the parking lot, and the Halleck's Mill traffic cut through to avoid the traffic light at the intersection. And with the road going through the Underhill Farms property into Beaver Ridge to the senior center, my sense is there's going to be an awful lot of cut-through traffic coming from Allen to avoid 118 and the traffic light at the intersection of 118. So I think what you're going to be creating is a new Halleck's Mill for people to avoid 118. And the other way coming, let's say from the Taconic, you're going to want to avoid 118 if you headed to Allen Street, and you'll cut through the property, and we'll have another Halleck's Mill situation. And the third is one that might have to do with insurance and liability. If the senior center is going on Beaver Ridge and the parking is at the Underhill Farms property, and a senior goes to their car, and maybe it's a little slippery and they slip and fall, or if a Parks truck is going through the property and collides with another car, is the town liable in any way under any of these circumstances? So I think it gets confusing because you're sharing properties for different purposes for the town and for the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last, before we move on, I'm just going to read into the record as requested a letter from Catherine Quinn of Shrub Oak. I have been following the proposed development of Underhill, and excuse my reading, Underhill Farms. It is my hope that I can offer an open-minded perspective that will assist in decision-making around this issue. I'm a 40-year resident of Yorktown. I live and work here, raise my family here, and want to stay here for years to come. I am a community advocate and represented many of my neighbors for two major developments, Wynwood Oaks in Shrub Oak and Trump Park residences, also in Shrub Oak. In addition, I recently served over 2 years in the Yorktown Economic Development and Revitalization Committee, that is a nonpartisan volunteer committee whose mission is to identify and promote activities and projects that will strengthen and enhance Yorktown's business environment and improve the quality of life for residents through the creation of job opportunities and promotion of the town's assets and making Yorktown a sought-after place to work, live, and visit. I learned a great deal during my volunteer work, getting to know thousands of people through the years and speaking with experts who have successfully revitalized downtown areas I want to share some of my findings. There remains a tremendous amount needed for Yorktown, particularly for seniors who don't want or can't afford owning a home, as well as singles of young families who cannot afford to buy or do not want to own a home. Yorktown has a tremendous wealth of assets such as great parks and walking trails. With people wanting to live a healthier lifestyle and control costs, walking or biking to these amenities is important. Downtown Yorktown is an ideal spot to incorporate housing and places to work and shop. It is necessary to continue to make improvements to the walkability of the town in order to strengthen its assets. While some might not agree, it is developers' best interest to work with the community, and they are willing to do so. They bring much needed improvements to the area and to the tax base. Community members experienced this firsthand when working with the developers of Wynwood Oaks and representatives from Lewis Capelli, who developed what is known now as Trump Park. I cannot tell you how many countless meetings we attended. We voiced our concerns, and we were heard. The developers of Wynwood Oaks cleaned up the area, provided much needed housing for seniors. Nearly 15 years later, it is well maintained and always filled to capacity. The developers of Trump Park took what was undeveloped and unattracted site and built a beautiful facility that is well maintained. They reduced the number that was originally planned for over 200 to approximately 140. Installed sewers for its area residents and built a beautiful track and gazebo that is open for all residents to use. There were many concerns about traffic, possible increases in car accidents. For both developments, the developers conducted appropriate traffic studies. In the case of Trump Park, additional lane was put in at Barger and Route 6. In all these years the development has been built, there have been no traffic issues. It is my belief, based on experience and involvement in the community, that Underhill Estates will serve as a great asset to the town. I think it is critical that we look to preserve the beauty and history of our town, and we can do so while bringing much-needed housing to the improving existing structure. The history of the property is often brought up, but in 40 years I've been living here, the only time I was able to be invited to the property was to attend a tag sale. Well, maybe it should have been a historical focus. It has not been to date. If the developer is held to its promise of restoring the main building, and we have no reason to believe it will not, the building will be visited by many. Let us not forget the developer will also be building a much-desired senior center, so important to our senior citizens. I urge everyone to keep an open mind on this project. We cannot afford to let opportunities slip by. Yorktown must be forward-thinking to ensure a strong future for this wonderful community. Sincerely, Catherine Quinn, Shrub Oak. And that is our last public comment. Do I have a motion to...
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Is that a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Public information.
Public information.
Right.
You tried. Mark.
Good to see you again.
Public informational hearing. You jumped the gun. All right, we're going to move now into the regular session, to the work session. We've, last but not least, the town board referral. This is a proposed boutique hotel special permit.
I got to talk to this.
Yeah, we'll give them a minute.
To your staff as to how they schedule things.
Huh?
Could have stuck me in. I could have been at it hours ago.
Did your
We gotta
Burger
sign
King sign
it.
it?
I know. I'm only okay. Just,
A lot of stuff there. You got some smart people in this town doing a lot of work.
The reason I raised the issue is that they want to set aside a
Special?
substantial amount of time to just discuss this
Yeah.
amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Or even hold a separate meeting.
It might be the best bet.
Almost do that. Did you hold a lot of stuff back on the agenda?
Yes. Next one. I will not be at that next
the
meeting.
next one's for Richie.
Yeah, that's right.
You here?
I'm going on vacation.
Are you? I don't know. This is getting crazier by the day.
Did I take your pen? How do I get what you
No.
Nope, I got mine. Tom, we're just giving everybody a minute to clear out. Oh, sorry.
Well, we want to get out of here.
What am I going to do?
Just sign it.
And then send it back
It's a new mortgage.
I'm here for the next meeting.
Okay, because I will be out, or I will be divorced.
And the white one.
Just give me that one.
Oh.
Does this one have to be signed?
I think so. We just like making you wait.
Sorry.
We are here already.
I wanted to comment on the last one. Can I?
Your Honor?
This is the town board referral for the legislation for the boutique hotel. I think the legislation is self-explanatory. The only thing that I may want you to consider in your comments to the town board, we did raise the possibility of maybe separating this out somehow from the overlay, just because it's in pending litigation. We don't get held up in that litigation, the application. So I don't know, if they can separate it out as a standalone. I know they need some of the flexibility of the overlay to accomplish the development.
Is this a standalone special use permit? If this is enacted as proposed?
It's actually, because it's only, I think it's only allowed, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only allowed in the overlay district.
Yes.
And so what happens is that you need the overlay district in place in order for the boutique hotel to be applicable, and then they would apply the standards. We suggested the suggested standards, area and bulk, and some limitation on room numbers, etc. But that would then, for the plan what would come before you, would require some of your flexibility. Otherwise, we'd have to go to the ZBA, I suppose, on some of, I guess, on some of that, in particular to setbacks.
I'm completely confused.
The hotel's only allowed in the overlay, right?
Right. You have the overlay allows for boutique hotels as a use within the overlay. So the overlay doesn't. So the boutique hotel doesn't stand.
Yes.
Doesn't stand on its own.
But once you
Standards were
enact
not
this
written
section,
until now.
you could put it in another
That's all
zone.
this is.
right?
Not taking it out of the overlay?
It's not taking it out or putting it in. It's already in there. These are the standards by which they will be evaluated.
But the overlays, I think the issue would become that the boutique hotel is only a use in the overlay, and that become in other words.
Wait. I read this. I understand that if the overlay district remains, this then enables the use for the boutique hotel.
Right.
It does not give an independent ability to put in a boutique hotel if the overlay district is knocked out in the litigation.
That's how I would read it. Yes. So my suggestion, is for you to consider in your recommendation, if you're so inclined, if you think it's a use that's a good use independent of the overlay, that you suggest that to the town board, because one of the things I'm suggesting to them is that this particular use is going to be tied into the litigation, which is all about the Soundview property. And the unfortunate part about it is the rest of the merit in the overlay district is going to be, sucked up into the litigation over Soundview, and that's unfortunate. So I think maybe I don't think you want to lose what the overlay gives the town in terms of flexibility of uses in area and bulk in the certain areas at which the overlay was to be applied, by having it get tied up in the litigation over Soundview, which I think is...
This doesn't do that.
No, at this point, we're you're conducting the hearings on this one because you're not enjoined from doing so. But if the outcome becomes adverse, then we're back to square one.
Not really, though. You would just have a use that has some standards to it. You need these to actually move forward with the boutique hotel wherever it may end up going. Right now, it's only allowed in the overlay district.
Right.
At some point, it could be added into another zone somewhere.
So why can't we recommend to the town board just what you said?
You could.
So that would be,
Yeah,
that would be.
I think I mean, part of the exercise in doing this stuff is that you'll look at it and you say, well, if I go ahead with this application, which has nothing to do with Soundview and it stand on its own merits and actually has some has merit, that it would be unfortunate if it gets caught up in the litigation over a separate project.
You raised that with the town board, and what was their response?
I didn't get one. I don't think. This guy's
Refer it to us.
I'm not trying to be.
Kick the can down the street.
I just say, my suggestion, and actually, I make it even go further. I also suggest that maybe perhaps they should do an overlay, a secondary, legislation with leave the first overlay in place, do a second legislation with an overlay district prime or something because there's some other properties that probably could have and should have been included in the overlay to begin with, would include the highway garage
I liked the use before. I still think, and I know it came up with parking, but I see Mr. Pace Football still back there, the under 50 crew, and certain things I've heard tonight, especially about with the parking. I know throughout Westchester County, the parking thing is, and I know there's been apartment buildings, I think in Yonkers, the commissioner with no parking. I have 3 daughters, and none of them drive. When they go out, they're getting Ubered.
Yes.
Because no one wants to get jammed up.
Right.
And that's the way I see it. I know there's parking structures now that used to be done like this, that are done flat, so they could be converted into something when the parking is neat. We're headed, as the gentleman said, into a whole different world.
No, I used to, when I was supervisor, we changed the parking the minimum required parking. We reduced it because what we ended up having was just lots of big empty asphalt lots. And you actually want the buildings rather than the lots, because the buildings are an accessible value. The lot is
But
not.
I think,
This is what's referred to as now.
I like this. I mean, I think we got to.
I don't have any objection to
I have no
this.
objection to it. You have any issues?
No, I have no issue.
So there you
The
go.
only comment I have is in B3 where it says cooking facilities, common dining rooms, and lounge facilities shall be permitted. Do you mean cooking facilities in individual rooms or just
No.
a common cooking facility?
I don't think there's a building code that would allow you to have the.
Yeah, they do. They have extended stay hotels that allow it.
Yeah, but this is all.
It should be resolved now, right?
So let's put
That's
that-
why I'm bringing that up now.
Put it in the memo, and that'll clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, but I just suggest that maybe you give them some food for thought as to how to move ahead with not getting caught up in what happened tonight. So, not that I didn't enjoy the evening.
No, but I have to tell you, a lot of people put a lot of time and thought into researching things. That was
Absolutely. And
that
I
was
think
incredible.
We need to review and digest and think about what.
Oh, yeah.
What is said.
I'll make one comment. I was going to say, I've had the experience of repurposing and redeveloping an historical building.
Right across the street.
Before I bought that, there was an application actually to make that a car wash, I believe, at one point. And there was a tree growing up through the middle of my porch where you couldn't open up the front door. Absolutely, right through the front. The front door of the building you couldn't open up because there was a tree growing through the porch. And so when I bought it, I think, and again, I think for the town, the most important thing is the preservation of the historical portion of that property. And all these buildings were part of the tenant farming situation. So it was not only the Soundview property, but Marcados' property and my building. And the tenant farming buildings, which were on Kear Street. Some of the older houses back there were all part of the whole farming community at one time. But you don't know how much it actually costs you to restore these places. But it's not just once you're finished restoring them. You're losing an enormous amount of income because you're restricted in that use, because if you're staying true to the historical character of the building, there's only so much you can do with it. So you limit your overall value, limit your income, and the maintenance costs over the long run to keep it, to keep yourself true to the historical character, not to change it, is enormously expensive. My porch is 50 foot by at least 10 to 12 foot deep, with straight grain fir, and when I went to rebuild that, I ripped up the old floor because I figured out no big deal. I had, back when I did it, which was now got to be 20-something years, $1.80 a linear foot for straight grain fir. And it lasted 90 years. Hopefully this will last 90 years too. But my point is, if you're going to be true to the original, historical, do a historical restoration, it's just enormously expensive. You're losing money in the long run as to what you can derive as far as income from the property, and the upkeep over the long term is just enormously expensive. I got offers, people want to buy my property and raise the building, put up other stuff, and this is what that's what you face over there across the street, and you got to be cognizant of that, because that's that's what you want to keep more than anything else. But that was anyhow. Thank you for your time. I know you.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, we good?
Motion?
No.
Go ahead, wait, Robin.
Did you see the proposal?
Was that in this?
For the traffic study?
Oh, it's in your book.
We'll take it to the town board if you're in favor. We're only gonna take
Just for the traffic?
just for the traffic, not for the cost estimate yet.
What is that?
What?
Traffic study?
The transpo
I
estimate.
thought I saw it last, or was that the?
Was it in
It was in there last time. It was in there last time also.
and there's no estimate?
Yeah, there's an estimate.
Oh, where is it?
I closed my,
On page 89.
what page?
89.
All right, I'll get there.
I'll look at yours on the cheat.
I'm on page 362.
Oh. We didn't close, did we?
No, we're waiting on the traffic. Oh my God.
Great, I'll
People did some homework.
That was all written by
Rich.
one person.
Do you think we should talk
I'm telling you.
about
Oh, I'm sorry.
sound view? We're gonna have to make a recommendation to them pretty soon on secret.
On this one, we just talked about?
Yeah.
Do we have to add any intersections?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, we can definitely.
We should do it.
Oh, yep.
10,000.
All right.
We don't have to spend that money. You see any omissions or any problems with that? All right.
Let's go. All right. So,
Motion.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? The close of the meeting. Paul Finder's still emailing.